Well, howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I've got Cool AJ86 and Ryan with me. Let me get their audio going. Can you guys say something?
Oh, there's so many things I can say, and there's so many things I can say, and I can sing them or say them or rhyme them or play them, and I can say them all day.
Oh my gosh.
There's a Mountain
I,
Dew
I
I can
regret
pop,
that. I regret this already. Maybe I'll just turn off the audio.
and I pop a stop, and you hear the fizz, and it goes whiz down into the
Isn't whiz the last
chain.
thing it does?
No, it kind of fizzes and whizzes as it goes.
I meant the last thing that happens to it but okay.
Look, you've got to get out of the 13-year-old humor at some point.
Do I? Do I?
Ideally
Okay, I
at
guess you're right.
14. Yeah.
I'm more like 15-year-old humor. Thank you very much.
Oh, no.
Totally different.
Oh, no. I remember that age. I remember all the things the kids used to say to make themselves sound cool. That wasn't humor, though. That was something else.
Sure. Likely
It was
story.
compensation.
All right. So we are live on Rumble, on Twitch, and on YouTube. Just grabbing the chat for Rumble here, and I should be set. All right.
All right, cool.
So, Ryan and AJ and I were talking yesterday as the first stream I had done. We had we were trying to do a max send. I suppose I should get into a wallet here real quick. So we were trying to set up the max send inside of the wallet, and in the process of doing that, I wasn't able to figure it out easily. I was going to try and swap things around. So I have an implementation based on AJ's code from the Dash Wallet JS, and I had copied some of that code over. But what I had implemented was this select optimal, I think that's what it's called. Let me find it real quick. Around here somewhere. Isn't it? There it is. All right, so we've got select optimal UTXOs, and this was copied from the Dash Wallet JS library. I don't think it was in the command line. I think this was in the library, but I'm not positive off the top of my head. And I had implemented this because originally when I was doing sends, it was using everything in the wallet. So rather than just picking a coin that was close enough to the value and then sending the amount you want to send and the change to, back to another address within your control, it was sending everything it had access to. And so you'd like, in some instances, maybe you want that, but in most instances, I think you want to use the appropriate or the closest to appropriate level of change, or coin, I mean. And so I had implemented select optimal UTXOs because that solved, at least from what I could tell, the problem, and it would loop through everything that was available in the inputs and everything you needed for the outputs, and then set the inputs and outputs to the closest, optimal solution to use the least amount of coins. So we did that, but in this scenario with send, I've actually disabled the button. It's hidden right now, but we were trying to do a send everything 100% button. So right now these are, well, I have nothing in the wallet, so 0 is actually accurate. But if I had funds in this wallet, it would say 100%, and due to some rounding stuff in maybe my implementation or a library, it was actually trying to send slightly more. It kept rounding up to like a slight fraction higher, even though I had multiple things set up so that it should round down every time. It was rounding up, and so we couldn't actually do the maximum send. And so Ryan and I got on the phone with AJ, and we were AJ's. You know, you've made a lot of videos, and some of the work you've done on stream, and Ryan's watched it, so he had known you had worked on this already. You know, many months ago, I think, maybe even over a year ago. I don't know when you actually worked on it, but he was pretty sure you had solved this, and I didn't know that. So we were trying to see if there's a solution for it, but originally, when we started building this UI version, I thought I was going to be using the Dash Wallet library here. However, after, you know, some other talks with AJ, we determined that Dash Wallet wasn't appropriate because it was too dependent on Node.js at the time. So what we're, I think, doing here now on this stream is we want to figure out if we can get it updated for what we need, so that Dash Wallet JS is a library that is independent of Node or browser, and is a set of utilities that can be used in either scenario. And do you guys want to jump in? Is that correct? Does that follow what you guys are aware we're trying to do here?
Yeah, because the issue isn't about rounding or anything like that. It's about fees and how UTXOs work and all that stuff. And that's why I know that AJ's kind of done a lot of stuff on that. And that is a good brief summary of what we're trying to do here.
Okay, it felt long, so I'm glad you thought it was brief.
I want the yeah, it was a little long. I in a nutshell, I want user interface folks like you, Jojobite, to be able to use a library that just does it for you, so you don't have to think about it. And so we need to, and I think we all agree with that, but we didn't finish the work at the time to get to that point. So that's what we're gonna do now.
Yep. So AJ, have you taken any time yet to mess with this UI version of the wallet? Have you tested it at all? I don't think, I know I've tested with you probably close to a year ago, maybe a little bit more. I tested the command line version of that you had built, and we could potentially try and test pairing the two. I have not tried that yet. I don't know if we want to try that live, or if we want to just try pairing two of the wallets and see if you can get paired, and if we can send funds between them and fund the wallet and whatnot. So
I didn't play around with it other than just briefly yesterday.
okay, well, do we want to try pairing my wallet with yours, or we can, you know, we can do both of us, so we can each pair between all of us, so we have a pair between each of us, and try and, you know, send some funds between each other, and you can at least get familiar with what is done, what's working, kind of poke into things. Does that sound good?
Yes. So, but what are our specific goals to accomplish today?
I
Is it
think the big question right now is who is going to do the changes so that the library, the wallet library, is node and storage independent? Is that, or maybe just node independent? Maybe the storage part is a bigger task. But where we left off yesterday was AJ, you were saying, Jordan, you've got more experience doing this. You've got more experience doing this with the other libraries, and maybe you should do it. And AJ, you were saying, I haven't done it in a long time, so who's going to do that part?
So right now I've got the Dash Wallet JS cloned, and I'm just doing a few cleanup tasks, and then we can test that it works in the browser, and we can go from there if we want to. So the two main things that I got out of our conversation were, one, we want to be able to do a transfer, a balance transfer, and number two is that we want to be able to transfer to a wallet, not just an address. That we want to have the capability to send to a contact, not just an address, meaning send to a contact's, the mutual wallet between oneself and a contact.
Okay. So did you answer Ryan's question in that?
Sorry, we were chatting in a separate message there, so we missed a little what you were saying, AJ.
Reboot. Okay. So I will repeat what I said, and then you can repeat the question, because I think I answered more than just the question. Anyway. So I think that what we need to do. So first of all, I have Dash Wallet JS cloned, and I am making a few updates to it that should hopefully make it browser friendly.
Okay. Yeah, that was the question. So you're going to take that on.
Yeah. I also see here, I'm just looking at your screen. You should not have to deal with RipeMD or Base58 check manually. That should all be done by Dash Keys. Dash Keys already does all the stuff with those two, and I would imagine you probably don't need to do anything with sec p256k1 manually either. Oh, it's you're importing types is what it says.
Yeah, some
Okay.
of it I think is how I figured out to import the types using the common JS crap to get around that, so that it could be used with import type stuff. So yeah, this is, yes, it is, but I don't care enough to remove it right now. Like, okay. I'm okay removing it. Like, that's what I was just seeing. I'm not sure if I'm depending on it anywhere other than like right there. It's referencing the type.
Let me not lead us further down that rabbit hole. Yeah. I thought I saw something that was not what I was seeing. It's okay. Clear something else. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
what I did just try, I did try to enable Dash Wallet JS here, and of course it fails on the requires. So that is a problem Dash Wallet JS has right now. And you and I were going over that yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm going to make just a couple updates to that. All right, so Dash Wallet JS aside, I'm going to make a few small updates. It should work in the browser. It wasn't really that far off by the time that the last PR came in 9 months ago. It was very, very close. Okay, that's one thing aside. Second thing is we want to implement a transfer of balance to completely move all available funds from one wallet to another wallet, which brings up the third thing, is the ability to use wallets such as a contacts wallet and not be reliant solely on the addresses alone. So wallet meaning you have access to infinite addresses. Every send can be a private send, essentially, if you're sending to a wallet, because every send can be denominated and can and have all of the fingerprints not added to it in the first place.
Mhm.
So those were the three things: is Dash Wallet, a transfer of, well, I guess by order of what would, well, we can do a transfer of balance to an address. It's just you have to add fingerprints on it to do that. But then we could also have it implemented so that you can send to a contact directly to their wallet, not to have to get an address, and then that is effectively a standard send, a cache like send, it is not a dirty or fingerprinted send.
What do you mean you send to their wallet and not an address? Don't you still have to generate all those addresses for them? Are you saying just as long as you have the XPub, you can do one-to-one transfers? So
yes, but you're not unmixing. So if you're moving things to a single address, then you are unmixing all of the coins in order to move them. Whereas if you send it to a wallet, then you do not have to unmix the coins to send them. They can stay mixed.
Yeah.
Okay, but you got to explain what you mean by wallet, because in my understanding, I think you mean you're sending it to multiple
XPub
addresses.
or XPriv. Yes.
No,
you're sending it.
forget the
You're doing an
XPriv right
H.
now, AJ. Forget the XPriv. We're not doing that. We're not sending private.
It's the same thing.
keys.
XPriv and XPub are the same thing. And we will eventually be doing it because it's the safe way to do it so that people don't lose their money. Nobody wants to lose money between someone that they trust. You know, between you and your spouse, you don't want to lose
that's not
money.
in the scope right now, though. I'm telling
Okay,
you,
well,
it's not in the scope.
fine.
We can talk about it later, but that's a huge change in the way.
It's not a huge change. It is a no-op change because they're the same thing. They're the same number of bytes. It's the same thing. They have the same header. They're the same. They are the same thing. But regardless,
I understand what
is,
you mean, AJ,
send,
from a sense that like it's literally changing pub to PRV instead. So other than that, it's relatively the same thing. You can generate a little bit more with the XPriv. However, from an interface perspective, that is more work for me to figure out how do we
Let's
let
not go
you
down the rabbit
choose?
hole.
Yeah,
Let's not go down the rabbit hole.
I'm just explaining for anyone listening in. Like this is why we're saying, like Ryan's saying, no, it's more work, and that's why is I'm going to have to figure out a way to show this.
Because of a bunch of FUD in the community, because people don't understand how the cryptography works. That's what it's really about. It's about the FUD, because the moment you say XPriv, the FUD starts to. Well, of course, it's okay. Ridiculous. Whatever. All right. Anyway,
it's okay.
Okay. So anyway, the point is that you send whether to yourself, which would be an XPriv, or to a less trusted contact, which would be an XPub. You are sending coins from one side to another.
Yes, but you're never actually sending to that XPriv or XPub. You're sending to an address generated with it.
Well, yes, but that's
okay.
Yes,
I'm just if anyone's trying to follow along here.
Distinction to be made because
But if you were generating the QR code to scan it, right, you wouldn't be generating a list of addresses. You would be scanning the XPub.
Right.
Yes. Or so you would be swiping.
The only reason that you're doing that is so that your wallet can generate addresses for their wallet so that you can actually transfer ownership over a certain number of inputs or coins, however you want to call them, to separate addresses. The whole point of this is transactions, like when you send a transaction. So they're fundamentally different things if you're sending private keys to somebody versus sending
I'm not talking about private keys. Leave that behind. Leave that discussion behind. That's just confusing at this point. Leave that one alone.
Okay. So, but the issue is when you're when you exchange XPubs so that each wallet respectively can generate addresses for the other wallet. And you do that because at some point when you're sending a transaction, you're going to be taking inputs that you have control over in your wallet from your XPriv keys, and you're then transferring the ownership of those coins, that value, over to separate addresses. So I hope that we're on the same page here, that we're not doing what we're still doing transactions, literal transactions, and that
Yes.
requires doing transactions on the network that change ownership of coins from one set of outputs, unspent outputs or coins, to a completely separate set of outputs or coins. And whether that's done through one address or multiple addresses is the question here, right?
Well, yes, but so when you take it from the perspective of what people are used to, they're used to scanning a QR code that has an address, right? Where like a single coin address. Whereas if you are scanning a wallet, you're no longer concerned with the individual coin addresses, because that is now an abstraction. That's not something that you're accounting or looking at or tracking at, because you're abstracting that away to just, it's a transaction to a contact. And so that I believe is an important distinction, because it's not like you're generating a list of addresses and then sending a list of addresses. It's you are giving a contact with an XPub, and then the software under the hood will check all the caching and determine when a new address needs to be used, or rather how many new addresses need to be
Yeah.
used, and so on and so forth. When you're looking at it at the wallet level of a wallet you've shared with a contact, uh, or you've created a wallet for a contact, is the better way to say that. When you've created a wallet for a contact mutually, you are not in the interface picking out specific addresses, or picking out, you're not doing coin control on it. You're just saying, I want to send money to this person, and you're letting the software choose to not unmix the coins when it sends them.
When you send coins, you are necessarily mixing the coins if you're actually doing it through a transaction on the network, because the transaction is taking unspent coins and creating new coins that for your contact.
Yes, but when you unmix the coins, then you conglomerate them together and fingerprint them.
Yeah, I
Whereas
know.
if you send them straight across, coin for coin, then
You don't
you
have to
don't.
send them straight across. I think you're conflating two issues here, and you probably understand it, but I don't think you're explaining it well for
Okay,
anybody
all right.
listening. So when you create a transaction, you're gathering a bunch of coins that you have under your control, under your private
Yes,
keys controls.
yes,
And then your your wallet is at the same time generating a bunch of it's creating a bunch of new coins under your contacts control. And I
yes,
understand there's the issue that you don't want to, you wouldn't want to take all of the let's say 5 coins that you have in your wallet under your control, and make one coin out of them and send that to the one person. I
right.
I understand that, especially if it were done in a way that was, having 8 digits of specificity. You wouldn't want to do that. So the steps towards privacy are, um, one improvement is that you can send a bunch of coins, right? A bunch of outputs, to use the technical term, and send it to one address. And then each of those coins have, they would be denominated like fives, twos, ones, and so forth. A step further would be to send multiple coins to multiple addresses, right?
Yes.
So that's the ideal I think that we're going for here. A step further would be to implement mixing, and we're not talking about that now and here. That's out of the
R-
scope for
r-
now. But
yes, but
and we don't have to
effectively,
talk about that right now because it's
but effectively, if you are always sending coins that have not been fingerprinted, as you send them, they are mixing. So a
right.
normal transaction is a single mix.
Yes, and
And
I
then you
understand
could
that.
mix on purpose to obscure transactions, but just doing transactions will mix them in the same way that with physical cash, as you do
Exactly.
transactions throughout the day, it is getting mixed.
Yeah, I understand that, and I hope some of that made sense, Jojobite, what we're talking about. So we're talking about creating a transaction that instead of just having let's say you have 5 inputs and you want to create a transaction of say 7 dash, you don't we don't want to send 7 dash in one output to one address. We want to create like maybe 3 outputs where there's a 5, a, let's say 8, a 5, a 2, and a 1, and they're all going to separate addresses, not just separate outputs, but separate addresses. And
And
is that right, AJ? Is that what we're talking
yes,
about here?
and you could take that one step further, particularly in your case, Ryan, the way that you do payments. You could take that one step further and basically queue up payments and have them sent out such that there's multiple addresses in every direction. Uh, I mean, that's a step further than what we would be doing today. But I'm just saying that,
Yeah,
if you think about it in terms of, okay, here's the balance that I want to reconcile by 12 p.m. today or whenever, if it doesn't actually need to be uber instant, for example,
yeah,
um, then you say, oh, I'll pay you by tonight. You could have your wallet just queue up all the payments
all right, and
throughout the day and
do little
send
chunks
them.
throughout the day. Yeah, I understand,
Yeah,
and that would be even better.
yeah,
So yeah, there's all sorts of bells and whistles we can put on this to increase privacy and whatnot. But so today, the main goal is to get the libraries in a state that JoJo Byte doesn't have to think about um, how to implement it to do a max, like send everything from my wallet and send it to this other wallet and leave no dust behind. Any dust that is remaining in the wallet just gets added to the minor transaction fee. That's the goal today, and so there's we've had a lot of preamble about that, but I think that was kind of important.
So, as I understand what has been said and what I've been showing on screen here for a little while now, is I have a list of addresses, and all of these addresses correlate to the account index 0. So, you should be able to see account index 0 and address index 0 for the one I'm looking at, but each of these are account index 0 and different address indexes. On the one that I'm showing, I've just sent a small amount, and I sent one single coin or UTXO, however you want to define that, and it was 1-to-1. And so what we're talking about is using this technology that AJ's built for the incubator here. We should be able to have 2 contacts paired, and depending on the amount you want to send, intelligently send to multiple addresses 1-to-1. And so it would be changing, rather than breaking apart coins or anything like that. We could just say, oh, we have this. We need to make up, like Ryan just said, 7 dash. And we've got exactly what he said, a 5, a 1, and,
Let me
yeah.
let me expound on that real quick. Sorry to cut your stream of thought there, but I think this is important because let's say you have an input of a 10 dash input. I'm just going to call them input coins and output coins,
Okay.
but that's the same as an input coin is the same as a UTXO, an unspent transaction output.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just calling those input coins because from your wallet's perspective, they're the coins that you're inputting into the transaction, and then you're outputting other coins. So your input coin is a 110 coin, let's say, with some small change for the stamps that we talked about yesterday. So that's the input coin. And then let's say that you need to send AJ a payment for 8 dash. Your wallet would want to say, okay, I'm going to create outputs in the form of a 5, a 2, a 1. That's the 8. And then you're sending 2 back to yourself. So either a 1, 2, or 2 1s. And that's an implementation detail. But from a transactions perspective, somebody viewing the transaction has very little knowledge, if any, that you're actually sending 8 dash to AJ and 2 back to yourself, because it's just as likely that they don't know who owns the addresses, right? The worst case scenario is that you send the change back to your same address, which we all know that would clearly identify the sender and the receiver, and people would know exactly how much was sent to 3 addresses, the 5, the 2, and the 1. Even if those were separate addresses, they would know that 2 of the 10 went back to the sender. So 8 of the 10 must have went to somebody else, whether that was 1 person, 2 people, or 3 people. So is that making sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, okay, good.
But it does mean we need to implement a bit more inside of the UI to get it up to par with what you guys are talking about there.
Right, and I don't think that should be too hard from your perspective once the library is done, because
Correct.
AJ's already done all this stuff about creating the optimized for any given send that you want to send. What's the optimized denominations and quantities and whatnot based on the inputs that you have? That's stuff that AJ's already figured out. You just need to implement, change the UI, like you're saying.
Yep.
All the business logic is done, hopefully.
Yep.
Right, AJ?
Yes. So it already will. The issue, the tricky bit is around the caching, because for every contact, you have to check to see that the addresses that are upcoming are in fact unused, and then you have to recache that information. So there's a heck of a lot of caching that goes on, and there also needs to be an error fallback, because what we don't want is that when you open your wallet, you have to wait 20 minutes for it to sync in order to be able to use it. What you want is to be able to spend right away, and if you happen to do something that is invalid, that it quickly corrects it, syncs just the things that were invalid, and then tries again.
Yeah.
Yes. So what I'm showing on screen is at least part of the cache you're talking about. This address cache,
Yes.
we update with the insight, and if it has a balance, we would not use this address again. That's the ideal. I'm not sure I have that implemented exactly right at this stage, but if you can get the Dash Wallet.js updated, then hopefully it will simplify this layer. And just on the command line version, so on your own hard drive or SSD or whatever, it would have a cache there. And then in browser, we will use IndexedDB for the cache. And hopefully we can get this working in either scenario where you maintain that cache exactly like you're saying and just synchronize. Like right now, we know this one has a balance, so we know it shouldn't be used. We should go to any of these other ones the next time we try to send or receive.
Yeah. So one thing that you will need to do is have it indexed not just by the public address, but also have it indexed by the wallet ID and address path. So, for example, you've got your wallet ID that you already have there, which is based off of one of the basically based off of one of the BIPs, if I recall correctly, or something. There was already some sort of hash mechanism that had been suggested in one of those that is what that it refers to from the code you pulled that from.
Mhm.
But then there's also the path. So this wallet ID slash M slash 44 slash 5 for the dash coin type slash 1 for the uh, account index or contact index slash I can't actually remember off the top of my head what all the 6 parts of the path need to be, but excuse me. But basically, you need to have those addressable that way as well, so that you can look up. Because otherwise, what you'd have to do is you'd have to walk the path and generate all of the keys every single time. So if you've used 1,000 keys, you'd have to regenerate 1,000 keys from the path before you knew whether or not you found one that had not been used. So there's some of the information you have to index in duplicate or in triplicate based on what type of information it is. But anyway, I will have this change up in just a
This
minute, and then you can pull in Dash Wallet and at least see that it doesn't barf on the process.exit.
okay, and the requires. Um, this
Did
is
you
where
guys
Sorry, let me say
just
this real quick.
Okay. I
This
have
is
to leave in 15 minutes,
okay.
just so you guys know.
Okay. AJ, we, I think you need to at least test this with me sending funds between us, and like look inside of the browser dev tools and see what's happening with the data, so you can identify if something is being done or if I'm missing data that's needed. I've got a lot of it working to the point where we can send to different addresses. Each contact, every time you try to send to them, it should use a different address, that kind of stuff. But I don't know if we have it to the caching level you want, especially because a lot of my testing has been to get the UI working, and so I'm not keeping a wallet around very long. I'm using it, pairing 3 or 4 contacts between different browsers and mobile, and then I'm usually wiping it out and then going on to a new seed phrase, where I'm testing early stages. This is not like I've had a wallet sticking around for 3 months that I've been using constantly and it's got things cached properly. So I think we need to take a look at that from that perspective and go, okay, we should fix these things. We definitely need to store this in a different way. That type of stuff I think would be helpful if you can go through that with me.
Yeah, that's where the CLI wallet has been, is that, I had been using the CLI wallet for months, and so I'd run into these issues of, oh crap, it needs to be, needs to be able to be indexed like this, and yeah, there's just various things. I ran into issues where thankfully no money was ever lost, but it became inaccessible from the tooling because there could be a conflict. Like, so for example, you're my contact, Jojo. Well, what happens when you get a new phone, or you reinstall the app on your phone and you get a new wallet? Well, now I actually have 2 wallets for Jojo. And so there was a case where if I replaced a wallet from someone, it didn't lose the previous wallet, but now it had bad indexing information, which is why I went back to the getting the wallet ID, the wallet, I think they called it fingerprint in the BIP or something like that. Anyway, getting that to use so that, you can tell it was this contact at this version of their wallet, which I think we should create an abstraction of that for device, like,
Mm-hmm.
iPhone 2017 or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but create some sort of abstraction for that, to help us distinguish between different wallets that we have with a contact, and then uh, make sure that uh, the money is always accessible, even in weird circumstances where you're not supposed to send to that wallet anymore. But if it has money that you've received in the pairing between the two, then that your end of the pairing should remain valid for you to spend from, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just say a few things because I've got to go in about 10 minutes, and I
Yep. Go
want to
for it.
make sure that the goal of this is just clear. So what we've discussed today is there's a couple things that we discussed that are good to have and that I want eventually, like this whole issue of what version of the sending. I think we called them legacy send and something other set, like or just normal
Standard
send.
send. You could call it
Um,
cash. You could call it HD. You could call it standard, denominated.
right. And so you guys see that discussion got opened because we were digging into the wallet to see how the transactions were created and how what we would have to do in order to get this 100% sending thing. And that is the main goal here, is to try to get a max button, send all, and leaving no dust behind. The issue of whether or not we do that through the way that Jojo has already been using, or whether we change it to use the way that we've been talking about today, that's a separate issue. But I'll leave it up to you to decide what like if we can upgrade the way that we're sending and denominating and whatnot to use what we've been talking about this morning in a way that doesn't take that much more time, you know, then great. If not, then I would still like us to just focus on that main goal of getting the max send, getting the sending all of your coins in a way that's reliable and not going to fail even 1 out of 100 times. Does that make sense? Like what the goal is and why these things are somewhat orthogonal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the only case in which you wouldn't be able to send is if essentially is if you have dust, which you shouldn't be able to return dust to yourself with the current implementation of Dash wallets or this implementation.
Okay.
So good. All is well.
All right.
Okay. I'll jump off now then.
All right. Later, Ryan.
Thanks.
All right. Hide Ryan's portrait there for now. Of course, now this whole waveform thing that I have around photo is going to be all wonky. Say something, AJ.
Wonkadonk, badonkadonk.
And I'm repositioning it around your. I don't know. That might be semi-close. We'll see. And I'll shift this over a little bit. Shift. Come on. There we go. All right. So you are currently making changes to Dash Wallet JS, correct?
Yes, I am presently right now.
Hey, Dash Wallet JS was updated recently. What do you know? Are you doing this in a branch right now?
Yes.
Oh man, I've been having so many issues with GitHub over the last couple days here.
Oh, nice.
Well, like the style sheets aren't loading correctly all the way the first time, so I keep having to reload.
It's the VPN and the CDN.
Oh, interesting.
I've had an issue like
See,
that before, at least, and it
I don't.
was when I was on the VPN, things would intermittently load, and when I was off the VPN, they would run fine. I think it's yeah. The problem with the VPNs is that it attracts a lot of bad actors.
I mean, I think you could say that about the internet in general.
The
And
internet invites a
maybe,
lot of bad actors.
yeah, and maybe just the world. Like, there's bad actors all over.
The
But
world invites a lot of bad actors.
the internet
It's
just allows them to connect and coordinate better. Like,
it's the world's fault.
exactly. And then
Okay.
someone made the World Wide Web. And here we
Yeah.
are.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm debating whether I should get into any code yet. If you're going to have that done, I kind of want to wait until you have that if it's going to be quick enough.
Done is a strong word.
To the point that I can test it importing without breaking. I'm not saying
Yeah, so
every
we're gonna
single
have to-
function will work, but
Oh, I expect every single function to work as long as the conditions of the functions working are met.
okay.
But right now I'm scrolling through. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to ignore a bunch of stuff. Trying to find where my red lines are. There's a whole bunch of them here and there. It's so hilarious because I'm. Let's see. Adder's info is possibly null. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna have to go with that for now. That's gonna have to be good enough. Okay. Oh.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I just realized I've got a slight bug in some of the code I was working on in my last stream from yesterday. I'm going to try to look into that real quick. Let's see, this is in the share to receive funds. Request QR. Is actually probably in main. Let's see. All right, so on page, oh, hey, the Neverworld, how you doing?
Is it my favorite tardigrade?
You know the Neverworld 2?
Yeah.
Whales
my favorite
invented.
tardigrade.
Oh, nice. Whales invented the internet before us. They can communicate miles, if not thousands of miles in the water. Away in the water. They were smart to go in the water millions of years ago. Sweet. That's interesting.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it wasn't diet water, and they got really fat.
Yes. Blubber. Love it.
Mhm.
Something. So what I just realized here as this is not grabbing the it's not grabbing the correct address index. It's starting at 0. So I think wallet must be empty here. Is that what's happening? Let's see. Wallets. It's stored items. Oh, maybe that's why. I do the get user info thing. I think we grab some wallet information here, but we are not setting wallet. So I need to find where wallet is getting set. Selected wallet. Or maybe this is more what I need. All right, let's see. We can get this updated so it's not grabbing the wrong information. Um, hmm. That is interesting. I've got event listeners further up than they should be, maybe. Let's see if we move these event listeners down. Shouldn't matter where they're actually located, I don't think. Hopefully. Just drop them down here. Underneath that. Okay, so now wallet should be set by those. Actually, even that would still be wrong. Not find name, selected wallet. What? Ah, app state selected wallet. All right. Try that out. We'll delete that code. So wallet address index should equal the current app state address index, or if that is falsy, we do 0 plus 1. All right. Let's refresh here. So 912H. Yeah, that's supposed to change every time.
Alrighty. Dash wallet 0 0.6.1 is now up. So you can try
0.6.1. So
yes.
that, well, I don't know if that's coming through yet, but I believe that's correct. Let me do an install real quick and see if that updates.
Oh, weird. GitHub just wonkadoodled for me too.
Told you. Been funky for a few days now. Okay,
Also,
so
it may have been my Wi-Fi because I normally don't have Wi-Fi connected, but I must have used AirDrop the other day and turned it on because you know AirDrop requires Wi-Fi because reasons.
yes.
Actually, I mean, the problem with criticizing the way they've implemented AirDrop is they've done it darn near perfectly to the point that AirDrop is faster than a wired connection because they basically have double antennas inside of MacBooks, and so when you're within 10 feet of another MacBook, the transfer speeds you get are actually unbelievable.
All right. Fail. Require is not defined.
Okay, but why should that fail? Why should it care that requires not defined?
Because exports -HD must be undefined. So maybe it's the order I did this. Let me see if I can shift this around. I'm certainly importing a lot of this stuff, but maybe I shouldn't do that at the top.
I also still need to change the way that it is done so that the types will come through correctly.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that worked. I changed the order and now it's working. I haven't tested any of the functions, but it's at least loading. So what would be a good test function to verify this is pulling in correctly?
The optimize UTXO function that you had copied over.
Okay, let's see.
I don't think that one requires access to the cache. The main problem is just that I'm not even sure what the right way to do it would be. But the main problem is the dependence on the cache implementation details matching what I did, which is not optimal as is.
Is it going to be under Dash API or Wallet, or I'm just trying to verify what's going to be output here.
Search for optimize.
Well, no, I found it. I found it in there, but I was seeing that select optimal UTXOs is under Dash API. So Dash API dot select optimal. So I was trying to figure out what Dash API is being output. So if I'm going to have to access Wallet or Dash API or what?
Okay. Okay. I think you would access it as Wallet. I think that's a remnant of the code being moved over from the prior incarnation of this.
Okay. I'm going to actually just log it first and see what's coming through with the import version that I've done. So let's do that. Dash wallet. it is not showing unless I'm missing it here. I see the parse send info, parse UTXOs, pair inputs.
Well, the higher function was, I think, denominate. That's another good one to test. I don't think that requires access to any of the cache information.
Are you able to see my screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
so
probably 5 seconds behind, but
yeah. Just on the thing that's being exported, it's not available. Neither of the ones I think you just said. So not denominate. Unless denominate coin or coins, the underscore one.
oh, you have to create the wallet first. So you have to call wallet.create.
What if I have the wallet create, or does that work as an import as well, or what?
So create is right there. Yeah, so you have to call create.
I know, but I'm already creating wallets. I've got wallets created all over the place, and I'm diving in to the
No. It's creating an instance. It's
okay.
creating an instance of the wallet object,
Okay.
not creating a dash phrase.
Okay. So just create with nothing in it should work? Like no
The
config options?
has to be, I'm looking at the config options. The config options, there's a type for config. Let me go find the type for config. Type def config. There's a stale time. This is the nasty part. There's a safe, and there's a store, and there's a the implementation of dash site to use. So if you have dash site, you'd pass in dash site as dash site. And then you can also, I think this is optional, is denom amounts. Yeah, okay, that's optional, and denom satoshis. Those are both optional because they have defaults. The safe and the store, let's see if you can get away without creating them in the same way. Okay, so the safe is basically the store of private keys, and I think the store would have perhaps been better named cache, because I believe that it is, oh no, let's see, there's pay wallets. Yeah, that looks like that is a cache of things.
The store is a cache of things.
I think so. Let's see, config.store. It has a save function on it. But I think you can get away without using that as long as you don't call a function that requires it.
But the create requires it.
Well, not unless no, it will run in the browser without it being there, I believe. The create accesses it, but it does not perform anything at that exact moment. So let's see if there's any config here. Wallet get balance. Yeah, this is why. Yeah. Okay, UTX says, okay, that one's not async, thank goodness.
All right, well, I'm going to try the create without setting any options and see what goes boom. It went boom. Cannot read properties of undefined reading cache.
Yeah, so you probably need to set like an empty object or something.
Cache addresses. I mean, it's funny because it's saying if no safe cache is equal to addresses. And so
Yeah,
my
so
guess
just
it's
put it
because I
as
didn't. Well, if I do safe
put
as
safe
an empty object.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking. Let's try that. Cannot.
And then pass in dash site as well.
Pass it
So
into the config.
yes.
Well, so like dash site itself has a base URL. Do I just pass the base URL or dash site?
No, you
Okay.
literally pass in the instance that you want to use.
Okay, just as dash site, all lowercase, uppercase, what?
Yeah, all lowercase.
All right, I'll try that. All right, cannot read properties of undefined reading save or config store save. So if I add
You probably need to
store
pass in store
as an empty object or with a save as a function or something.
Yeah, let me see. Okay. Wallet content. Yeah, wallet create. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing anything. I think it's just checking to see if it's there. I'm looking through to find, because normally the way I structure it is a little bit of initialization of variables up top, functions being attached throughout the middle, and then at the very bottom would be where any initialization has to take place. And so I got to get down to the very bottom.
Well,
but I try to have my create functions normally pretty clean, but this one I think might be an exception to that.
I provided safe as an empty object, store, and I added a save function that literally just console logs for now. And then I added dash site, and it looks like it's loading more completely now. At least gives me access to the other functions. So I was looking for select optimal. Still don't see select optimal as an option. I do now see the use all coins, use matching coins.
Yeah, so use all coins and use matching coins. Those would be ones that use that function under the hood.
Yeah.
Also create TX.
So if I use create TX from this, assuming it works and we don't run into problems, I could drop dash TX, or would I still need to import that?
Unclear.
All right. Actually, I think the way it's set up, I would need to import it, just like I had the issue with the import here and had to move it down. It tried to use what dash HD or something like that and complained. So after I moved it down so that all the other dash libraries were imported first, it loaded fine. So
I think that if you convert your cache into the correct format and pass it in, I think things will begin to work. Although, there's still the same bugs that are already in here or in here. They still have to be changed. Man, I wish I could go back and find that conversation and access my brain at the time of doing this.
Was this a conversation with me or with Ryan or both of us?
I've had the conversation with both of you.
Yeah. I feel
All
that.
right, that's where all the stuff. Okay, so yeah, all the initialization is done at the end. Pup, 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 pup. Oh.
All right. Let's see.
One of those things that makes my stomach sink a little bit.
What
There's
does?
so much. Just there's so much that goes into this, and it's challenging to get it right, which is why no one's done it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people want to move on to building the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and not go back and fine tune the
Yeah.
foundation of how the wallet works, which is why up until what was it 2 weeks ago, Dash Core still didn't do HD wallets by default. I don't even know if that's actually been released yet.
I think it has. I think it had actually switched. But I actually started using your Webby version. And so it might be just your Webby config forced it
Yeah,
in one of the
yeah.
updates.
So if you follow the instructions there, it will. If you follow the Webby instructions to register the service,
Mm-hmm.
or use the Webby includes a little shim. You
Yeah.
know, so it doesn't modify the original install, but it includes an additional shim that when you run, I think it's -D HD or -D QT HD or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
then it'll start up in HD mode. But yes, they did finally. It is in PR, if not implemented further than that. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Anyway, so uh
Is that a typo in here?
where
Um, above denominate, right before param, there's an X for the outputs. So it's X at sign param.
I am not sure if that was a typo or if that was effectively a comment.
Mm.
Because
Comment
in
this
order
out.
to, because you can't comment it out inside of a comment, but if you make it not match, it's like there's sometimes there's a weird thing. So it looks like that one should have been removed. It looks like I probably commented it out and then actually got rid of it entirely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. Yeah, because I don't see any outputs there.
Yeah, it has outputs later down, but not included in the function arguments.
I wonder why it says 6 fees. Huh.
6 fees?
Yeah, that seems like that might have been a typo, but it would have been used in multiple places. Oh no, I know why it's called 6 fees. Actually, it's because You need a minimum number of fees to guarantee that you can send. Yes. Okay.
And give at least 3 transactions to at least 2 coins.
Yes.
All right, I'm kind of skimming to see what does what, to see what I can actually replace and attempt to try here.
Yeah.
Because I haven't, other than to, you know, swipe pieces of code and copy and paste them into this, I haven't really dealt much with Dash Wallet JS.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Actually, this may just work. I mean, it may take a little bit. Well, if it's a fresh wallet, I guess it won't matter because it's going to run a few checks on the cache and it's going to have cache misses, but it's only going to update so many addresses because it's not like you've been using it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So other than just that it's going to hit the insight.dash.org a ton of times for anything you do, I think this will work because the save function, yeah, it's
I'm not seeing anything other than save for config store save.
config.store.
Yeah, config.store.save. I guess maybe store could be getting called. I was thinking if I looked for config.store.
Let me check. I'm going to use a real man's tool.
Pocket knife? That's weird.
No, rip grep.
Rip grab. Are you
Okay,
flexing on me
confirmed.
again?
The only thing that store is used for is config.save. I'm just saying that, you know,
So there
you
isn't
use
a
GUI
read
tools.
or get or anything.
No. You use GUI tools, you get GUI prizes.
What's the point of the store saving? How does that data get accessed?
I have to look at the implementation and see.
Or is it literally supposed to be writing a file? Like, I don't understand where save the actual functionality comes from.
It would be, it's implementation.
Oh, it would be in the CLI. That's where I'm assuming.
Yeah, let me go check and see. I think that originally I had
Hey, look, it messed up again.
just the cache, but then I switched it over to having pay wallets, private wallets, and cache.
Okay. It's so weird that I haven't had any issues like this with GitHub until just the other day, and now like it's having styling issues just like this last week or maybe this last weekend till now. So they've done something that really messed up their styling.
Welcome to the real world, Neil.
Like cache misses or something like that, however they're doing their CDN stuff. Okay, so I was going to look in here. I think it's in the bin. Dash wallet, James.
Take a pee break. I'll be right back.
All right, go for it.
Drank my Mountain Dew too quickly. Actually, there's still a few sips left. I am muting myself. I will have to remember to unmute myself when I come back.
Okay. If I'm ignoring you, it's because you forgot, and don't blame me. All right, so I was assuming that AJ implemented inside of dash wallet, the CLI here, a save function. There's a QR save. I don't think that's it. There, that must be it. Storage, create, save. Okay. So we found where it's creating the store and what is expected for it. So there's an init function and a save function. So storage, create, store, config, and config. What is the difference between the two? Store config, cache, pay wallets, preferences, private wallets. Okay, so this implementation, it does look simple enough. I could probably duplicate this storage inside of the browser and point this at IndexedDB or local forage and make something like that. So storage, create init. Where does init get called? It does not get called. It looks like you have to manually call it. So you would do storage.create. And provide storage config options. And the store config would have cache path, pay wallets, preferences, and private wallets. And then the init that gets run on it is expecting a path. So each of these are paths to places on the hard drive. So it would make sure the dir exists, that it's in, I'm assuming. Store config dir. Then it opens the path and pretty much closes immediately. Tries to read the path as a file and parse it as JSON, or if the text is falsy, it does a string with a object in it, so it gets an empty object for data. And then object defined property data path enumerable false value path. So data value returns the path, and then it returns data. So each of these would have a data value, if I'm understanding that correctly. So you would access something like cache path, so save. Save data, object keys of data, sanity fail, data path. Oh, that's actually what it does. So it's not value, that sets the value of underscore path, and then it's used right there. So save the data path, safe replace path, JSON stringified data. This, I think this kind of prettifies it, so it has 2 spaces for indentation, And so when you actually look at the JSON, it's easier to read through. Okay, so save is pretty simple. We, in the browser, we don't have to deal with any of this file stuff. We might need to correlate that, however, to the let's see, to the IndexedDB stuff. So it's got cache, pay wallets, preferences, and private wallets. We did not use the same names here. I doubt I want to, maybe I should say, I don't doubt. I do not want to rename all of the stuff I already have. I would rather change my implementation to point to what I've already done. And if I need to create something new, maybe I'll match the name, but I might not do that. Might not rename anything right now. So the cache path, the pay wallets path, the preferences path, and the private wallets path. So that essentially creates all of them and returns, well, it makes sure they exist. And if they do exist, it reads them and returns their values like that. So you would storage create, and I'm assuming you would do an init to make sure all of those are created, and then you would do a save whenever you're saving data. What I'm confused by is I was expecting to see some sort of not just save, but a, get or a open function or something like that, where the store, so what was it, config.store. So like I was expecting to see it reading from the store. Config, safe, store, save, store, save. So safe private wallets. All right, let me see where safe is pulling in from then. Maybe that's what I'm missing. So config safe. There we go. That's what I was expecting to see somewhere. All right, so the config store init is happening in the command line implementation. This is the other thing I was actually looking for. All right, this is making more sense finally. I could not find these. I'm like, how is this happening? Where is it? How is this getting set? But that makes sense. So inside of the command line version, you've got config store. It is equal to storage create, and it's got some store config and config options like the dash site, information and stale time. Okay. And then config safe is equal to config store init, the return value of that. So then whenever safe is being used, okay, so config safe cache is cache right here. All right, this is finally making a little more sense. I had to track it to the right place. All right, so config safe cache addresses. This is part of what I was looking for. I didn't understand how it was being used because The only thing that Dash Wallet JS appeared to be doing was saving, not reading anything. And so my mind was a little boggled there as to how it could read from this cache. Okay. So we've got the cache one there, safe cache. It kind of looks like to me that the only time you're reading from the safe is for the cache right now, at least in there. Let's check. Oh, that's doing save, not safe. Let's look for safe in here. So safe, pay wallets. Okay, so it accesses more of them inside of Dash Wallet. So it saves the pay wallets. It loops over the value, well, it filters the values and then sorts the values there. I'm guessing RX is receive transaction and TX is implied as a outward sort of thing. I'm not positive though. Okay, so save private wallets, config store save. I just realized how terrible this looks. It's all of the things it found. There's like multiple scroll bars and stuff. That's odd. Okay, so pay wallets. So something I'm seeing here, I don't know if we need to be concerned by it. I don't know if AJ is actually concerned by it, but there is the chance, actually probably not in command line. I doubt he has this concern from the command line, but because every time you run the command, it would reload everything. And so, but in browser, you're working with in-memory stuff. And so he is treating the whatever the current values of safe cache as you know, gospel, as the source of truth, and whenever it's saved, that is the source of truth. But there could be a scenario for our use case where you might have multiple tabs open to the exact same wallet. I'm not saying you should, but you could do it. Or if you do the install as an app thing through your browser, you could maybe open up the wallet in a tab and also have the saved version in your browser, and there could be some crisscross of stuff. And so I think we would need to account for that and actually reload our in-memory object. which I don't think he's reloading this at all. Once it's initially loaded, which like I said is probably fine for a command line utility, especially one that it essentially runs the one single command. You know, you get the balance, it, you know, loops through everything, gets the balances. You send a transaction, it loops through the outputs and inputs, it sends the transaction and then quits. If this was like a command line function that, you know, took over the terminal and stayed open, then he might need to do this. But as the current incarnation, I don't think he'd have to worry much about the in-memory version of his stuff being out of date. But I probably will need to worry about that. So, like the stuff in here with Dash Wallet JS, there could be some scenarios where it's treating the safe, let's say. So it's treating safe cache addresses as up to date. I'm going to have to make sure that it is up to date with, you know, the local storage and that kind of stuff.
And I'm back.
Well, hello there. Welcome back.
I realized I hadn't had any protein yet today, so I went ahead and did a little hunt, slaughtered a pig, made some bacon. No, I just grabbed a breakfast burrito from the fridge and let it
Nice.
cook for a few minutes.
I slaughtered a Kalashki before we got on stream here. It was delicious. Yeah.
Oh,
Is that how you
from
say
Center
it?
Street?
Yeah.
Kolache, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best food in the world, I think.
Yeah. I got several. They were yummy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what I was just going over, I don't know if you heard any of it or not, but I can recap, is I was saying I doubt you'd have this concern by how the command line version is running, but I might have a concern where the safe cache could be out of sync with the like local storage or the index DB. And so you're doing some stuff in here where you're treating the essentially your in-memory version as the source of truth, and you just go ahead and save, and I assume that would be clobbering the files each time. But there could be scenarios where you have multiple tabs open of the same wallet, and clobbering the index DB or local storage or whatever would actually be wrong. We'd want to make sure it's up to date. Like the in-memory version could be out of date. Yeah. So
it's up to you to implement the save function so you can iterate over the keys.
Well, no. So yes, but I'm also saying you're triggering this save in here, and so that's why I was just going over it on stream. Is there might be, I don't know for sure, but there could be scenarios where this is not ideal. We don't want it to save here. I might want to handle that.
You can merge it. You can merge it.
Yeah, yeah.
But
That's
no,
true.
those have to be, so they have to be saved in the places where they're saved, and the reason for that, I mean, at the top level, they need to be saved where they're saved, because the next time you call a function, like say for example you send, well, the next time you look at the information, you need to know that it's been committed, that, you know, the fact that you have new UTXOs is committed. And you could do like iterate over the keys of the cache, and then if the key exists, and the new version of the object has spent UTXOs or has transactions and the old version of the object doesn't, then you'd update, whichever version of the object has the more activity, you would update the other version of the object. But this is the part that kind of gives me a bit of anxiety, because if you made all of this asynchronous, fully asynchronous, then it may actually take significant time, because you're going to iterate through hundreds or thousands, and that's not a lot. But IndexedDB and local storage are implemented really stupidly. Or let me rephrase that. They're not implemented for the way that you would expect an application that has to access data quickly to be implemented. And I don't hear you. You are silent.
Yeah, I actually sent you a message saying, I'm grabbing a drink. Feel free to keep talking. So I'll be right back. Well, I'm in range of listening. I just, I'm not talking because I'm, getting a drink.
Oh, I see it now.
What were you saying? So you're saying IndexedDB or local forage is not implemented well? What was that you were saying about it?
I'm just saying that across browsers, you can't count on the storage mechanisms to be fast. I think Safari is notoriously bad. I think every time you save this is probably, hopefully, old information that's no longer true. But I believe at one point, anytime you saved any key in Safari, it would resave the entire local storage.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Likewise, anytime you would get any key, it would get the entire local storage. So I guess we'd have to just check and see. But if we were to make everything, if we didn't keep it all in memory and we made it fully asynchronous, when there are thousands of transactions, it might start to act like the iOS app did and perhaps still does with hundreds or thousands of transactions, which is that it's unusable.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how this will act yet. I haven't tested it to that degree. There could be stuff like it already. Like that's the thing, is we've been focused on getting a MVP done, not a blazing fast MVP done. We're trying to get like the functionality in there of the, you can send and receive funds to and from a contact. That does not mean it will be the fastest wallet ever. I definitely think we should do performance improvements and flesh out stuff like that, but I don't think that has been the goal for at least this version that I've been working on.
Right.
I know.
Well,
so something Ryan and
my
I
point
have.
with that. My point with that is just that it's difficult to decide where the boundary is of
Mhm.
what can be abstracted and what can't. Because when you're dealing with thousands of addresses, which you will get to very quickly, if you were to use this on a weekly basis, you'll get to thousands of addresses really quickly when you're doing full wallets.
Yeah. So one of the things Ryan and I have run into now is the encryption password that you and I had recently talked about a little bit is being stored in session storage. And it already kind of, raises my hackles storing it there, but it's probably the most comfortable I would be to have it where you could reload the window. But what we've realized is on, desktop or laptop, session storage acts as you more or less expect. If your browser's still open, it's still functioning like you expect. Your session is still open. However, on mobile devices, so far as we can tell, whether it's iOS or Android, it seems like iOS is a little more finicky than Android, which probably isn't that surprising. But if your screen, maybe if your phone is locked, or if your screen turns off even though the phone is not locked for longer than, we're not actually sure, I'm guessing it's longer than 5 or 10 minutes, maybe there's a device setting for it, but your browser clears the session data regardless of, like, if you actually close the browser. It could be open, still running, like it could be the app that's open, but if your screen turns off, it wipes that data. And so from a user perspective of locking, unlocking your wallet, every time your screen turns off for 5 minutes, your wallet's locked and you have to decrypt the wallet again. And it is a little bit irritating, I will say.
Well, but the point, at the point that you're worried that the browser has been compromised, when you are at that level, I'm sorry, but there's anything beyond that is just security theater now. It doesn't make sense to try to be uber secure against the browser's own storage and caching mechanisms, because if the person is using a browser that is malicious or has a virus plugin installed, they already have access to all of the mechanisms that they can get access to that can help them exploit the user. They can already, keylog, or they can already, at the point that they are in control of the browser, because this isn't, local storage isn't going over the network. Now, there is some question as to, is local storage encrypted? I could look that up and see. I think it's implementation dependent. I don't think the spec is going to say that, but I think Chromium probably is. But then, if their disk is encrypted, right? So if they're on Windows or on Mac OS, then pretty much their disk is already encrypted. So even if local storage isn't encrypted separately, again, if they have access to the person's login credentials and have access to the decryption key for the disk, then at that point, well, they're already essentially a super user on the computer, or they are that user at the computer. They're indistinguishable. So it just seems like you're trying to protect the user from themselves, which maybe they shouldn't be, at the level of running their own wallet if they can't figure out whether or not their computer is in their hands or in someone else's hands over the course of 10 minutes.
I mean, that is probably 70% of the users on the internet, it would be my guess. Like, there's plenty of people using the internet that are not tech savvy enough to know better for certain things.
Sure, but then their computer's already got viruses on it anyway, which means that the virus already has access to all of the different storage mechanisms and so on and so forth, right? So in that case, if they're that dumb, they need to be using a Mac and not using Windows or Linux. I don't know. I mean, because there's nothing that you can do. Session storage isn't the problem. The keylogger is the problem. The fact that they're being targeted for their wallet is the problem, and they're not sophisticated enough to deal with that. So, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see an Evo node person who's got 4,000 dash accidentally having an oopsie where they put their computer in the library and unlocked and let anyone use it for an unspecified amount of time, or that they're downloading pirated software or images and rather than, you know, paying for them and getting viruses on their computer. I mean, I think that you know, the level of money kind of speaks to itself. If you've got 100 grand in Dash, you probably are at a level of sophistication with technology that you're not making your computer a public access computer or trying to pirate things rather than pay for them. And if you're at the level of you've got $20 in your Dash wallet, but I mean, go back to Venmo or go back to other things, right? If the person would have access, I mean, think of PayPal and Venmo, okay? PayPal doesn't log you out every 5 minutes. It logs you out eventually, but it, you know, it's not super hyper aggressive on that end. And someone could log into PayPal and send all the money, you know, or with Venmo, they could, you know, they could just send all the money. And there's not really much of a recourse you have in that scenario either. I mean, I guess you can contact PayPal and then maybe there's someone on the other end and maybe they can get the police involved or whatever. But
Yeah.
point being, there are limits to solvable problems versus non-solvable problems. And I don't
So
think that this is in the realm of solvable problem.
I suppose my concern there is the standard is you do lock the wallet. If the screen locks, you lock the wallet. That kind of stuff. It's annoying in our scenario because you have to re-enter that encryption password every time. Now, I'm not doing anything to enforce a like security level of the password. So you could literally have the password A, you know, the character A, and that could be your password. Like, I'm not forcing anything like that. So it could be relatively simple, like, you know, you do you type of thing. But the
Well,
password,
is it a password field?
Yes.
Then can I not just press the Touch ID and unlock it that way?
I don't know. Maybe. Why don't you test that?
I will test it. I will test it right now.
Good.
Yeah, because I mean, if it's using a standard password field and the operating system can save it.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that big, but it seems like it's been an issue for Ryan, but he might be on an older iPhone or something that's not supporting it. I don't know. And I don't really use that stuff myself. And at least for Android, I haven't seen an option for like, I get, see, I don't use inbuilt password managers built into the operating system. I use, you know, separate ones that are separate services. So it's possible that if
it integrates, you know, if you're on
well,
Android,
yeah,
Android allows integration.
I might get a hint for, hey, do you want to fill this with your password manager? But it's not just like an app where it's like, hey, you need to unlock this, scan your fingerprint type of thing.
By the way, I cannot scroll up or down.
Yeah.
On my phone. So
Ryan wanted that. Ryan, yes, Ryan was complaining because he'd click on a field and it would zoom in. So it now has the you can't zoom in feature that you love so much.
No, I said I couldn't scroll. Also, I mean, yeah. Okay.
Can't scroll what? The onboarding page?
Yeah, I'll take a screenshot so you can see. Take a couple screenshots. I mean, I don't know. I don't.
The onboarding page itself, before you click any buttons, shouldn't really scroll.
The back button doesn't work.
The back button. Like the actual browser back button?
Yeah, so when I click on something, it doesn't register in the history. Whatever, that's all.
There
guess that's
is
all
no
noise
history
right
here.
now.
That is correct. There is no history here. We didn't implement that.
So if I navigate to the page, I can't scroll. But
Mhm.
if I load the page fresh, then I can scroll.
What do you mean if you navigate to the page?
If I click a link to get
Okay.
there.
Wow, that looks jacked up.
Eh, don't worry about it too much.
I
This is my
mean,
normal day to day.
yeah, so I've noticed that it's usually only when the keyboard is open, at least for the one where the dash logo is appearing above the text and stuff. So that is something I've been aware of. I had hoped I had fixed it mostly, but clearly you're on a small enough device, it's not fixed. But
It's an iPhone SE 2020. Oh, okay. This is weird. So I was able to zoom in and zoom out using 2 fingers.
okay. I
And
may have
then
actually
after,
re-enabled it.
well, that's good. I much prefer that.
No,
But
I
then it wouldn't
didn't.
scroll and not scrolling in. I don't know.
That's weird. I did not. It
I'm,
still got maximum scale 1, so I'm actually shocked you were able to zoom in and out.
I try to force that behavior when I can
Mm-hmm.
in settings and stuff, so I may have been able to force it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let's see, dash wallet. Let me see if I can get into my
Yeah, I think for mobile, it might be worth just removing the like descriptive text and just leave maybe the buttons or something like that. Because the buttons
no,
already say the same as the titles.
I don't know. Just don't screw it up. Just let things that already did work. Okay, alias. Your alias. How about old? Oh, the alias field defaults to title case.
I have noticed that in certain scenarios, and I'm not actually sure why. Is that
I
a
think you
setting
need
for
to.
HTML?
Yeah. You. Let's see. Um,
HTML
you can
input.
do autocomplete equals off, auto capitalize equals off, and spell check equals false. Yeah, you can turn some of that stuff off so that it allows
So
you.
HTML input auto capitalize. Yeah, I don't mind setting that. I've noticed that too, and it actually annoys the crap out of me. So auto capitalize global attribute is an enumerated attribute that controls whether inputted text is automatically capitalized. So input in text area, any element with content editable set on it. Possible values are none or off. sentences or on, words, characters. Okay, so I want none or off. I'll change that right now because it's annoyed me as well.
I would like the ability to not have to encrypt the wallet. I don't want to do that.
It's not happening right now, not anytime soon. We already have, it was working that way, but Ryan wanted the key store. And now everything is dependent on the key store, and the key stores have to be encrypted. So right now, there's no way to do it.
Then allow it to be an empty string.
I don't know if I can. That might be something with the key store specifically. I could try, but.
What do you mean the key store?
The key store for that to make it compatible with some of the Maya exchanges so that you could use like if you use Eldorado wallet or Thor wallet and you generate a key store for either of them, you can drop that into our wallet now and access your Dash funds, or vice versa. We now generate a key store if you're not importing one. And so if you generate a new wallet, we generate a key store, and the key store requires encryption.
I mean, that's fine, but I need a way to not have to deal with this because,
okay,
for
but
example,
this is exactly what you're testing. That's exactly what I'm talking about, is that encryption field. So can you use your, Face ID, thumbprint, whatever, and use...
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's exactly what you're trying to test.
So I'll show you what I got here. Man, I hate this stuff. I just hate this stuff so much. It's so hard. Well, I need to close and reopen Discord. What is going on? Yes, I do. So, I mean, again, this is just the result of trying to make it quote unquote responsive. I can't scroll. I can't get to the input fields. I deal with this on tons of websites because they're just not using. I don't exactly know why, but
I don't understand what the white part at the bottom half is. That's what you're saying is not working right, though?
So when I click on that, that's what I get. It might be that it just wasn't showing the keyboard for some reason. In a recent macOS update, they now exclude certain parts of the screen from screen captures.
Okay, I'm not seeing a keyboard. It should, I'm assuming if you clicked in the password field, that should be a keyboard. Or
that might, yeah. So it may be excluding it from the screenshot. I think that's the keyboard, or I may have, I don't know, screenshotted it at a weird time or something. I'm gonna make my password. See what happens here. Encrypt. Okay, so unfortunately, it did not give me the ability to save it. It did not prompt me, do you want to save this? So is that handling a form submit event? When I click encrypt, is that a submit event?
it's doing real form submits. We are capturing form submits though with JavaScript, but it is using form submits to open and close the dialogues and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. And it was marked as password, and it wasn't marked as autosave off, was it? Let's see here.
No, there's autocomplete off. I'm adding auto capitalize off.
So autocomplete should not be off on the password field. Well, I don't think it should be off on the alias either necessarily. Because, like, for example, if I want to make it Cool AJ86, I would want it to autocomplete that for me.
Yeah, the problem is whether it will accurately do that or if it's going to if it's gonna just do anything. One of the things Ryan ran into is you know, it essentially doxing you if it tries, you know, if you're screen sharing or showing someone else and you click in the field and it auto completes and shows, you know, your home address or something like that for some weird reason. Like there's inconsistencies like that.
I get that. But shouldn't you be using a private browser if you're doing a screen share or something? I mean, I use separate browsers when I'm doing screen sharing.
I do. I mean, but you know, Ryan's run into some issues like that. Which probably falls back into exactly what we were talking about, you know, like 15, 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
I am curious as to why it didn't prompt to save. I don't think autocomplete shouldn't force it not to save.
All right, I'm gonna try in my browser as well.
Like desktop, laptop browser, you mean?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at least for stage one, mobile wasn't even supposed to be included. What's there is mostly carryover from copying styles from CrowdNode UI. So there's been a few mobile tweaks here and there, but our goal was not mobile compatibility with this version.
Right. Right, I know. I mean, that's why I just prefer it to be a desktop, because then things work and you can zoom in, zoom out, and you can get it to work rather than, you know, you halfway, you know, try to kind of mobilize it, then you lose scrollability and then buttons won't click. Okay, what did I say I was going to use? Password. Yeah, there should definitely be the option to skip. Okay, so on my desktop browser, it does prompt me if I want to save it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it would be good to have the alias, because you're well, I guess it's for the whole thing. It's not just for that one wallet. It's for all wallets. The encryption key is across the application.
No. I mean, it could be, we don't have a way of importing other wallets yet, but essentially the encryption key is tied to the key store. It does get used in other stuff in the IndexedDB. And so inside of local forage, we are encrypting contact data and something else, and I forget what it is off the top of my head. But so at least two of the things are fully encrypted, and it's using that same password that is encrypting your key store. So they are tied like that, and if we add support to import the multiple wallets like you ran into when we were testing the CLI version, where I had apparently lost like changed my directories or something. I forget what I did, but for whatever reason, when I set up the wallet a second time, it wasn't actually there. So you actually had two wallets paired for me. And I've gone over this several times on stream, so I've done my best to account for supporting that, but there are no UI stuff being surfaced to allow you to do that yet. But theoretically, the data structure and whatnot supports it.
Okay.
But that would be a problem if you import a key store and it has a different password than the other key store you have, and you're trying to add contacts in the scenario of both of them, that would be an issue we'd have to either solve or solve for eventually.
What is this button? 25%, 50%, 75%?
Those just got added. Ryan hates them. They'll probably go away.
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
It gives you the amount that divides your current wallet balance by that amount and inputs that in the amount field.
Okay. I hate it too, for whatever it's worth.
I like it. I don't know if I like the exact setup, but I was mostly testing it, and that's where we ran into. I tried to do 100%, and I could not do 100% easily. I was going to have to refactor a lot, which is why we are now, on this stream.
Okay. All right. So how do I add a contact? I don't see a way to add a contact.
It's on the main screen. You click new contact.
Let's see. On the main screen. On the main screen, I have a send and a receive.
And there should be a big dark box that says no contacts found.
Yeah. But there's just text there. There's no button. So I like it would. Yeah. I was looking for a way to add a contact. I was checking the settings. I was, looking around for a button. There was nothing that was a button. So, okay. All right. Contact address. So I can scan. So can I put in I can put in your wallet. Okay.
You want me to share that with you right now?
Sure. Yeah.
And you want to send me your URI?
Copy URI. Okay. Let's see. Put that in the I clicked copy URI and it did not work, and it still had my wallet phrase in there. Now it worked the second time. Yeah.
I've noticed some weird stuff with that a few times myself, when I was pretty certain that I had copied it.
Yeah, I mean, really.
You should put that in our one-to-one chat, because Ryan's paired with one like that before when it wasn't for him.
Okay, I'll put it in our one-to-one chat. Oh, okay, now I see. Okay, so I can copy and paste this into here. Oh, hey, it even filled out the alias. Nice. That was pleasant.
Yeah. Yours just said Old Main though, so I had to add yours. If you're looking at the stream, you can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, let's see. Can I edit the name of that thing? I can. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to call it dev old. JB, Jojo Byte. Okay. So now I can select the contact, and I can send. And I can send you nothing because I have nothing.
But I could send you something.
Yeah, I wanted to switch my wallet, but I don't have the option to switch my wallet because I have several wallets, and I was trying to find a dev wallet that has 0.1 dash on it. It's somewhere.
All right. Well, I just sent you something.
All right, let's see. How will I get an updated balance?
It should update. We've got dash site WebSocket stuff in there. I did modify it a little bit, but it is using dash site WebSockets. But I have noticed every now and then on initial load, it's like the WebSocket doesn't fully connect or something. And so sometimes I have to refresh the page. So if it hasn't come through yet, you should also be able to click on the balance, and that will trigger a manual refresh of all your addresses.
All right. I am also going to share with you the copy button error.
Not read properties
cool.
of null, reading text content. Set clipboard. Interesting. Is this in Brave, Safari?
This is in Brave.
Okay. Utils 289. So event target previous element sibling. Which copy was this for? The URI?
Yeah. So the first time I clicked it, it didn't work. And the second or third time I clicked it, it did.
Don't understand why it would work the second or third time though. Let me see.
I don't know. Something didn't exist yet.
That's interesting. Okay, so you did receive the funds though?
Yeah,
oh,
I
it still
did.
says unconfirmed though.
Yeah, it's gonna say unconfirmed on Insight because Insight wasn't built for Dash. Insight's a Bitcoin tool.
I know.
So it doesn't know about our confirmation stuff, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it does usually update pretty quickly, within, a couple minutes, but yeah, it doesn't do what the instant send law type stuff.
Okay. So this is a little bit weird because I have to click 3 times in order to send you money.
Yes. How many times do you think you should click?
I think I should click once and then I should get a spinner. Even if it doesn't take any time to send the money, I should get a spinner that has a minimum time. Like, do a promised out race. Have a spinner that has a minimum time of 2 to 3 seconds that says sending and then reports sent. Because when it just switches quickly, it's actually difficult. Okay, so how do I get back to? I can't see a list. We don't have a list of transactions implemented
Nope.
yet.
Not MVP.
Okay.
I know that's something I would like to get to. I know it's something you want, but wasn't in the Figma designs or in the MVP. And I don't think Ryan has it on the list for stage 2 either.
Well, it needs to. I mean, essentially, if you just take your contacts thing here, and then you just show what was sent or received. Anyway, yeah, because I can't actually see what I did.
Yeah, you get
what I did.
I did add the you can click your transaction to open it on Insight, and that's new as of the last week. So you used to just it would just like send and close the dialogue, so it was super great. Let's see. Yeah, it was super duper fun. Yeah, so transactions view is currently in stage 3 of the roadmap.
Well, that's what the heck makes priority over that? How does anything else make priority over the ability to know whether or not I've sent money?
Add max option is priority, apparently. What about putting data into a normal web link dash incubator? So that is something that you planned for and I have not implemented yet. So we can't just share a link that will then import into your own wallet. So I do need to get that done. I think that is high priority. I just haven't gotten to it yet. And then there's some PWA improvements, which this might actually be done.
And
Then some mobile improvements.
and I click OK. Yeah, rather than having so many modals, when I'm done sending, I should just be brought back to my transaction history, and then it should show me the list of recent transactions in my transaction history. And then, have the ability to click the button on that.
What you should do is add that feedback to this issue that I just sent you in Discord.
Okay, I will do.
And then it's at least captured on the QA1 feedback for, I mean, he said phase 1, but I was calling it stage 1. Yeah, like any of your thoughts with how it stands right now, I do think like this is why I wanted you to test it, is go through the process, see what you think works, see what you dislike. Ryan's done it. He's had a few other people do it, but I do think, as you helped plan and devise this wallet, you should definitely get your feedback in. But supposedly we might be on stage 2 now. I did not get the branches merged last night. I had to end too early, but he wants to wrap up stage 1 QA, so we moved a bunch of stuff to the backlog that was from the QA stuff. And yeah, we altered the roadmap a tiny little bit with some of the QA feedback. Yeah, but the roadmap is in the README, so if you want to look over the roadmap and make comments, you can, add those comments too. Here's the funny thing to me. Both you and Ryan are the reason encryption is even in the wallet right now. I was going to leave it till stage 2, and you guys both thought it should be moved up. So originally in the roadmap, it wasn't even in stage 1.
Yeah, well, it has to be, because if you don't put it in, then you won't, like, it's very difficult to put it in later because of the layers of abstraction.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully you came across that as you were implementing it.
Oh yeah, and that's why I'm saying like we're not disabling the encryption right now because it was so difficult to put in, and it like had you guys wanted me to leave a unencrypted option, that should have been said sooner because it was not left, and adding that will literally be a new feature at this point. I will have to undo and refactor so much to allow unencrypted that it should have been mentioned earlier. And like maybe I should have asked and clarified that, but or maybe it's something that none of us would have thought of until we realized how annoying it was, and we do want the unencrypted, but originally we weren't going to do the key store stuff either. And then the Maya stuff started getting more in our sphere of awareness, and so we're like, we should have some compatibility with that. So if we could use their key stores and generate key stores, that would be great. But once we did that, tied to the encryption, now there's so much tied around that undoing that will be several streams, maybe several weeks worth of work, a week worth of work. I don't know how much in reality, but it would be several streams at least of refactoring that.
All right, so I've got that in there. Okay, so should we move on to the how do we send all the money? I mean, this should be really easy. You already have a way you're already calculating the UTXOs. You know what UTXOs exist. So you should be able to call that use coins function.
So
And
let me show you where I'm implementing it and see what I'm assuming I'm going to need to replace the select optimal UTXOs. So by the time you use select optimal UTXOs, I do have all the core UTXOs like you're saying. So I've got access to those. If we just need to replace the usage of the select optimal with the dash wallet stuff, we can give that a try and see if that works. And we do have dash. All right.
Sorry, just one second. I was modifying my comment in the speech center. My brain was occupied. Okay, say that again.
So I am getting the core UTXOs to use in the optimal UTXO, the select optimal UTXO function. So if it's as simple as swapping out select optimal UTXOs for what dash wallet, that's more L's than it needs. Which function would I replace that with?
I think it was called use coins or use.
Okay,
let's
let
see.
me.
I am going back to it to look.
Use all coins.
That sounds right.
There's use matching coins and use all coins. So if I want to preserve the current select optimal, I would probably have something to use, or I could leave what I have there for select optimal and just do try and figure out when it should use all coins instead.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, use all coins is coin control. And in the specific case of transfer balance, yeah, I think where you have that 25, 75, 50, let's see, what would be another option? Like maybe a checkbox that's transfer full balance or something, or I don't really know what it should be. You see this thing in other interfaces. I don't remember what it looks like off the top of my head.
I had sent one to Ryan earlier from another wallet that had a couple options. I think I can send those to you real quick as well. Might just drop them in our shared chat here so you both can see them. And copy that one. All right. So that is how Exodus shows it. For one sending, there's a half and an all, and then they also have the ability to exchange coins between different different cryptocurrencies. And so then on that exchange one, they have minimum, half, and max. So when I was thinking about it, and for me personally, I've used all of those options in different scenarios. I've used them inside of actual centralized exchanges as well when they've had those options. I find them useful to have all of them. Ryan does not. He just wants the all option. I like
think
having
min and max are useful. Half I don't think is useful for. Minimum is useful for testing. Half might be useful for testing. Full balance transfer is useful if you want to close out a wallet, delete it, throw it away, burn the piece of paper that it was on.
Yeah. I suppose I find it useful from a like if I want to have a savings type of thing and I get something sent in, I can, you know, like if the entire balance of that wallet is like the transaction, and I want to shift 25% for savings or something to another wallet, I can do that easily. So for me, I like that. But yeah, like I don't think removing the buttons entirely, like
Also, with the calculations that I have in Dash Wallet, if you send an amount that is only 3 digits, then it will send the full amount anyway, because it doesn't try to conserve nano change. And so if you have 0.001 as your balance, it might go to 4 digits. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's 3 or 4 digits. And I think it is 3. So if you try to send 0.001 and your balance is 0.0199999, it will just send the full 0.001999, because, and it'll split it up amongst the coins. So a 9 is going to be a 5, 2 2s, and a 1. And so then it's going to redistribute the stamps amongst the coins. And so the value that the person should see should be 0.001. And then the stamp value would be something ridiculously high, like 200. Or maybe it's 500. Yeah,
and what is the purpose? What is the purpose of that? So it just sends all of it and then like doesn't try and give you change or something?
Well, so everything below 3 digits is considered a stamp value. It's just considered fees because it's not usable money. It's just there to pay fees. And so anything that's below the minimum amount is always
Which
is always
just
look at that break change one.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It's used in some of these functions, so I was trying to find out what it does.
Yeah, that comment there, I'm going to look at the comment too, but that comment I think is correct.
Exact 3 is only worth 2.999 and must be split into 7 coins instead of 1.
Yeah, so what this is saying is that let's say that you want to send 3.000. If you don't have any stamps available, then it would have to break it up into multiple coins because there's no stamps left. So you actually can't send 3.000. So if you had a coin that had that value and you wanted to send money to someone else, it would have to use another coin to supplement the value of the coin. So break change means that it can do something non-optimal that is potentially reduces the default privacy.
So break change defaults to false, as far as I can tell, for the most part.
Yeah, so you don't want to break change, but this is because of the, there's all these little gotchas, right? Like the same thing that we're talking about with the send max and the dust. Depending on what you're trying to do, sometimes you want to do things that are non-optimal. So breaking change is non-optimal because it essentially fingerprints the money. But in some circumstances, that's what you want to do. So for example, if you want to spend a specific coin, if you want to do coin control and you want to do coin control on a coin that's 3.000, then, and you don't want to include a small coin that has stamp values, then you might want, well, then you would have to break that 3.000 into a 2.999, and then those coins would have a few hundred stamps on them for sending again. So the dust value is essentially synonymous with the stamp value, like the nano change, the stuff that isn't spendable, that you can't use to, you can't use it in commerce. It's not actually valuable.
Okay.
And so it's not considered as part of the calculation. It's considered, it's optimized so that the coins will remain mixed as they get transferred over and over and over again. But one of the possible errors is, I can't spend this. It pops up somewhere in the CLI. It'll pop up and say, can't spend this without breaking change. And then you can pass the argument -- break change, and then it will spend it and break the change. Because you can be doing coin control where you say, I want to use these coins. You can say, I want to use these coins entirely, right? So you can say, here are 5 coins. I want to use these coins entirely. But you can also say, here are these 5 coins. I want to use them to pay this amount, in which case there may be change left over, and or not all of the coins have to be used. And then you can also have the scenario of just pick anything from all my coins. And then you can have, so there's different scenarios in which how you want to handle the dust and the fees is slightly different. And that's why there is the break change option, because if your only option for doing what you want to do is to break change, then you would use that option rather than selecting another coin. But in many cases, it's better to select another coin, because then you simply have a bunch of coins going across in a transaction, and who the coins are going to is not necessarily clear.
Okay. That was lots of words. I think I get the gist of it, but that was lots of words to process while I was reading code as well.
Yeah. But
But
the key
luckily
takeaway
this is recorded and I
there's
can
trade-off.
rewatch it.
The key takeaway is there are trade-offs.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so let me ask you about this then. There's use matching coins, which I think would replace my usage of the select optimal UTXOs, but it also has an output field here that says output denoms length. So I'm supposed to set an object of output with denoms, or do I grab that from somewhere?
let's see. Use matching coins. Oh, so the outputs, yeah, so you would get the denominated.
So I would run something else first.
Now, yeah, so let's say you want to send 0.001.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, let's make it something more interesting. Let's say you want to send 0.25. If you want to send 0.25, then you denominate it to get the standard outputs, which would be 0.2 and 0.05. So the way that this works is you don't need to know what addresses you're sending something to in order to know what coins you're going to produce and how much it's going to cost. So I don't actually need to know whether I'm sending to you or whether it's a wallet, or I don't need to know that in order to be able to denominate what the output is. because the output is going to be, we get to choose the output. So we get to make the output as ideal as we want it to be. So you take the value that you want to send, you denominate it, and then you pass that in to the use matching coins function. And then it will find a set of coins that matches that requirement, which may be an exact match. So it may find a 0.2 coin and a 0.05 coin.
Okay.
Or it might find a 0.25 coin that it would then split into a 0.2 and a 0.05. So again, the beauty of the standard send, cash send, HD send, whatever we end up calling it, is that there doesn't need to be some sort of explicit mixing. It just does it the way that cash does it. You know, when you interact with a cashier, money is split when you pay for things.
Yep.
And so it's like going from check to cash. You know, if the previous system was like sending checks, this system is like sending cash. And every time you send, you have a, some semblance of the inherent virtues of what sending cash is like. And so then you don't need to have a mixing, because if, again, it requires, it's the same there, the issue with mixing is it requires the majority of people to be using mixing, right?
Yeah.
But if you just standardize the way you do a send, then every send is simply cash-like. So you don't need to mix something to make it more like cash. You simply use it in the same way you use cash, and then you get many of the same benefits that you get with cash. So you don't have to mix to retroactively make it feel more like cash.
Yeah.
You're just not fingerprinting it in the first place. I mean, there still is the equivalent of a cash serial number, and it still is highly traceable because it's in a blockchain ledger where the transaction ID functions as the serial number of the coin, et cetera, et cetera. But, in as much you're not inherently losing all of that value of cash likeness explicitly. You may not get all of what you wanted or what you hope for. It may not be as good as cash for what cash is good for, but you're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater to have the ability to send digital money.
Cool. Well, I'm glad you thought of this, because it sounds tedious and I don't like thinking about it.
Yeah, it's very tedious. It's incredibly tedious.
All right, so I've been shifting this around so that I could potentially replace things. So I'm thinking Satoshis would be the amount you're trying to send, I'm guessing, for the denominated.
Let me see.
But in Satoshis. So I get the amount sats, so I'm assuming I could draw.
If that value is required. I'm not sure if that's denominate equals Satoshis. Oh, I don't have a comment about it. That's too bad. Must select inputs.
Oh man. See, even this, if I was looking at trying to just replace some of the functionality in what's already working, but if your create transaction, it already does the denominate for me, would it handle the...
If inputs return inputs.
Hmm.
All right, and I have a full transfer method here. Where's full transfer? Okay. If inputs, select inputs.
You mean beyond the use all coins?
On coins, all UTXOs. All right, so there's going to need to be a way for you to, in order for this to work as intended, and again, this may be something where the library ought to be inverted here.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to take a closer look at it again. Like I was saying before, when I said I'm not sure it's ready for use, the whole thing is the caching strategy is really, really important and really difficult to get right.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least not, it's not intuitive to get right on the first try.
Yeah.
So this one does require the UTXOs function to be able to return available UTXOs, which would require that you actually go through your cache and seed that into what goes into the cache that the wallet's created with.
So UTXOs
So-
would not be an array or something like that from dash site. It would have to be some version that you're caching.
It would be what you have in cache. But yeah, because if it had to go through every single one every single time for every single contact and every single wallet that you have, yeah, that's a lot of stuff to go through. But the must select inputs that's used in denominate, if you just supply the inputs, which I think is what you're doing here, then I don't think that you need to supply Satoshis. I'm double checking on that. I think it's an either or. And that should have been made clear in the comments, but it wasn't. But you either provide inputs or you provide Satoshis. Let me see what happens if you provide both inputs and Satoshis. I don't think that anything happens. Satoshis. Okay, yes. So denominate. All right, so here's the deal with denominate. If you pass in Satoshis, then it's going to try to figure out how to make that work from the available UTXOs. If you pass in the inputs, the coins, the UTXOs, if you pass that in, then the Satoshis gets ignored.
Okay. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
Don't worry about Satoshis, comment it out.
Okay. It is optional, I guess, so it doesn't need to be there. I wasn't planning to replace this right this second. I figured like I would leave what I have working. I would get the send max working with your new stuff, and then we could look at replacing what I already have working with the Dash Wallet stuff. So I was trying to get this working first, and that's where I don't know if me from Dash site getting the core UTXOs will be sufficient for this, for what use all coins is expecting for UTXOs.
We can check because it'll say in the comment what type of UTXO it is. Core UTXO. Yeah, I think everywhere except for Dash site I use core UTXO.
Okay.
Because so that is the canonical UTXO.
Okay, so that should be what Dash site returns, the core UTXO.
If it says so. Dash site uses both. But I think that I tried to make the...
This says it returns promise of core UTXO array.
Well, and it's called get core UTXOs. So
yes, I know. That's why I'm saying this should do that based on name alone. Now, I made this other one, so it's possible I messed up the multi-core UTXO, but I'm pretty sure I matched the output to them. One just accepts a bunch of addresses or keys to get the UTXOs from. So I guess it's not doing private keys. It's how I've got this set up is it's doing the address and then the private key. And so the object keys is literally just getting the list of addresses that I have private keys for. So it's sending that off in a bulk request, essentially. That alone might be privacy destroying, but I think we should find some way of using bulk requests when possible if we can do it in a semi-privacy preserving way. Because like you said, if you don't do that, it's thousands upon thousands of requests. It adds up very quickly. And I felt like just a bad person for hitting the Insight API that many times for like a wallet with fake fake accounts.
Well, we need to expose a better way to do it in batch, which is not difficult. Unfortunately, Dash Core doesn't have a good way to do the lookup in batch. And I haven't tested with V20, and V20 they may have made some optimizations because they were necessary for what they want to do with Evo and whatnot.
Mhm.
So V20 could be significantly better. Because I do remember some discussion, because I was talking about how slow it was, and somebody said, oh,
Mhm.
well, you know, this is in this version, or you have to have this version turned on, or it has to be compiled this way, or some such or other. So, and I do remember seeing that with the V20, it needed to do some sort of conversion from the V19, which, I mean, that happens often anyway, because there needs to be a new field added to a bunch of stuff or whatever. So I don't know what the specifics were. But fingers crossed, it's now using SQLite instead of ad hoc Berkeley DB implementation. Or, you know, it's using fingers crossed, it's now using something that's more appropriate for the actual real world use cases. Because again, like all this Bitcoin stuff, it's been the same since the original proof of concept. No one's ever gone back and said, oh yeah, this is really slow, let's fix that, because that's not where the money's been.
Mhm.
The money's been in doing ad campaigns to pump and dump and scam people out of their money.
Okay, so given what I already have working, if what would you suggest the best way to modify this create transaction function I have? That is, it's modified, copied from stuff you've written, but how should I modify it so that it knows you want to send the full amount? So use the send all UTXOs, not the optimal one. Like what do you think the best way? Should I try and detect if the amount is close to what's available, or like, do you have thoughts on this? Should I add a property that just says send full? That's what I was originally going to do, is just have kind of like how you have break change
balance.
transfer balance.
Yes.
So like transfer balance.
Yeah, I think that's what I
that will
called it.
default to true. No, not default to true. Default to false. So if I've got transfer balance in here, and I come down here and we say, if transfer balance, we want to use this one. And otherwise, we want the optimal one. And we will shift this around a little bit and say,
yeah, mine is called full transfer.
Not transfer balance, full transfer.
That, I mean, that's what I call mine, but I think transfer balance, you know, in another place I just call it is transfer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let desired UTXOs I don't know if I love that name, but it should be sufficient for testing right now. So we changed that. Then instead of optimal UTXOs, we can do desired
I called it
UTXOs.
selected.
That works too. I like that better than desired.
Sure.
All right. So let me back up here. So if transfer balance is true, instead of the select optimal, we use the use all coins. We provide the core UTXOs. I am explicitly setting break change, but I'm assuming that would default to false. I don't know if you think that should be enabled or not, or under what circumstances it should be, but so we'll get the selected TXOs. Is this async by chance? It doesn't look like it, so no. It's not set to async. It doesn't say promise that I'm seeing. I'm going to assume
No,
it's
so
not.
this one's done in memory because you're
Okay.
giving it everything that it needs.
Mhm. Okay, so this is where I think we have a breakdown of intention that was just lost to me, like lost in communication, is we do have this tied to sending to one address right now. It might be a unique address that you haven't sent to before, but even if you are, even if you've paired with someone's, XPub, and so you can send to multiple addresses, I have it set up where you're only sending to one address right now.
So my guess is that's probably not very difficult to change, and that you probably like the recipient is probably tied to the wallet in some way, right? Because so given the ability to get access to the XPub, I already have the function that produces it, but you can also just go over each output and add the same address for the sake of let's get it done right now. Let's test it right now. So you could just construct the array using the same address every time. But I do have that.
So I'm pointing this out to you so that you know I've recognized this. I'm not going to change this right this second. I'm okay if in testing I've got a few different UTXOs to use and they all get sent to one single address just in this testing. And then once we verified it sent the full balance, then I can go through I'm trying to get to the point we've verified we can use Dash Wallet in this. I can start changing the functions. And if it's something simple enough that I can make a PR for and fix Dash Wallet, then we can shift what I've been doing over to using Dash Wallet more completely. But I just want to verify Dash Wallet is working. This will work. It will grab what we're expecting and transfer the balance to that recipient.
Okay.
I'm assuming it will still work.
So yeah, I think you're doing a lot of work there that's already being done. Let's see. What does use all coins return? I think use all coins returns a pre-transaction. What does this return? Yeah, it returns. So it returns it returns a selection, which is what's necessary to create a transaction. So it already calculates the inputs and the outputs. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to assign to each output the address that you want it sent to.
I would have to assign each output the address I want it sent to.
Yeah, denominate
coins. Denom info. Coin info. And this also has a transactable to let you know whether or not you can do the transaction that you want to do. If not transactable, okay, that'll throw if it's not transactable. Otherwise, it'll give you back the selection, and the selection will have the output info. Yeah. Use all coins. Let me see where I use that. I'm going to go check in the CLI where I use that.
Okay.
Okay, and then selection. Yeah, I mean, you should take a look at the bin-wallet JS around line. It looks like it's around line 1111. Just
Bin
looking at
dash
it.
wallet JS or the CLI?
Yeah, so the
Dash wallet CLI.
CLI.
Okay.
Then,
Slash
and
bin
under
slash
bin,
dash wallet. Okay.
and then look around
you said
1111.
1111. I was already near there.
Yeah. So see,
What am I looking for?
selection,
Use all
full
coins.
transfer.
Selection. Full transfer.
There's
So if
use
no
all coins.
Satoshis, full transfer.
And then selection goes into, see, selection.output.denoms.slice is all out values. And I actually have a use case already for this where there's only one address available.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well-
there's payee handles. So how many people are you paying? And now this is a little bit pseudocode because I think that it actually, there's a comment up above that says you can only use it with one payee handle right now. But
Mhm.
as I was transitioning it from its previous state to its current state, I was putting as much of that logic in place as possible, so that when the multiple handles are allowed, then it will work. But there you go. So payees, where did payees come from? Let payee handle of payee handles, payees of payee handles. So that you don't really need to worry about because you're just doing one person right now. Okay, and then it goes and it gets next addresses. So if you scroll down to 1142.
So adders info is equal to wallet get next pay adders.
See, and it has a count there. So we already have the count of how many addresses we're going to need.
Mm-hmm.
And so then it just gets that next number. And then allow reuse would be for something like Kraken or something where you only have a single address.
Mm-hmm.
It will allow it to reuse the addresses rather than throwing an error.
Well, I mean, this is set up where if you are interacting with someone's just one address, you can add a contact with just one single address, not an expriv. So we do have that support, and that means you would just be sending to that single address. Which,
Right, so you
in,
would
in the
be-
case of
you have-
Kraken or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so it would have the allow reuse option set for that contact.
Mm-hmm.
Or I think the way that I actually was envisioning it was that you would get a warning when you're sending to a contact
Mm-hmm.
that, this contact, this send will be fingerprinted or something like that. And then as far as the UI is concerned, the UI would detect that problem ahead of time because it would check the count, it would try to get the number of addresses, it would fail, then it would pass reuse addresses in, and then it would succeed. But because it had failed, it would set a flag that would give the warning. And there's two possible errors there: E, too few addresses,
Mm-hmm.
and then E, no unused address. And the difference between those two, oh, hold on just a second. I need.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a subtle difference between those two errors, and I would have to probably looking at the code would reveal what it is. But one of them is that there are unused addresses, but there aren't enough of them. And the other
Mm-hmm.
one is that there are no unused addresses. And so this would be the difference between, say, Coinbase, where you literally only have one address. So
Mm-hmm.
you will never have unused addresses. And
Mm-hmm.
Kraken, where you can have up to 10 unused addresses at a time.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, if you pre-generate every time you've used some, generate some new ones, and like you'd have a list of ones you could use, and then once you've marked them used, you would know.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a shame Kraken doesn't do the XPub.
Yeah, I would imagine either they don't, because again, that's not where the money is to update code.
Well, is anyone else really doing things this way? Any other currencies other than, like, I'm sure other Bitcoin ones might have options like this, similar to Dash, but are they using XPubs, or are most people saying, use our address, our Dash address, our Bitcoin address, our Litecoin address, our Doge address, whatever, you know?
I think, well, because investors took it over and it became a way, yeah, I think due to the history and nature of Bitcoin, none of these BIPs were ever implemented in the way that they were supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, so let's see. UTXO's length is equal to 0, account list to UTXOs. Matching, where's output come from? Output is Satoshi's total sats and denoms total denoms. And cat output denoms. Hmm. All right, instead of just sitting around here and reading code, I'm actually just going to go ahead and test what should trigger. Oh, wait, I haven't implemented that yet. Let me implement that. Right, so create TX. It's used, I think, only right there. So if amount is greater than 0, I think I might have access to the balance in here too. There it is. Okay, so if amount is greater than 0, and we will say is there a JavaScript math function that tests like if it's between values? Like, is it relatively easy to say if it's within so many sats of the balance or something like that?
I mean, you just subtract one thing from another thing and then check if it's over the difference. Or you can do less than this and greater than that, or greater than this and less than that.
Okay, so all balance. Amount minus wallet balance is greater than. Say is less than. Do you think something like that would roughly work? I'm thinking this is in dash and not sats. So if the amount minus the balance is less than 0.001 of dash, we want to send the full amount essentially.
Yes. And that would already happen with the use matching UTXO's function.
I assume
because it's
so.
already calculating, yeah. But yeah, you don't. I mean, you don't need to.
For our temporary use case, without doing too much work, I'm just trying to trigger the send full balance one so that I can see what happens. And actually, or to that purpose, let's see, 75%.
And
That's
you
it.
probably want to make that less than or equal to.
Less than or equal to. Yeah, that's right.
It would be less than or equal to, and then it would need to be with a trailing 200. So it would need to be slightly more than 0.1 because 0.1 isn't sendable.
Okay, hang
I
on.
mean, 0.001. It would
Let me get back to that. Okay, what are you saying? So don't
less than or equal
less
to
than or equal to,
0.001.
but you're saying not this number. It should be something.
There.
0.100.200. That. You added this, like, I'm assuming I shouldn't have a space there, is my point.
Yeah, that was just for you can put an underscore
Readability.
there. That would be the more appropriate thing to put.
That. I forgot you could do that. I don't do that enough.
Yeah, depending on how you want to segment it.
So that
the other.
just so we're clear, send that little bit of code, as I know it's slightly delayed for you, so that looks correct to you.
Sure. The where the underscore is doesn't communicate much to me.
Oh wait, I actually put it in the wrong
Communicate
place.
something to you. Okay. Because the two places that make sense to me are to split the two sets of 4 or to split the spendable from the non-spendable, depending on which metric you're going by.
I don't actually care, but like whatever makes the most sense to you, I don't mind using that. I think that looks the best to me. The one I sent you. Just because of the two groups of 4.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Let's.
Okay. I just want to
nit on that
activate it.
later.
Yeah. If I refresh this.
That should be good.
Okay, so what I want to keep an eye on here is I'm going to set full balance. So that should be the full balance. And this is where I've had some rounding issues because of formatting stuff. And I believe Ryan had me set a maximum amount. So you get what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you get 8 decimal places in and you get to 9, the field errors out and you can't do larger than that.
Yes.
But because of trying to account for that, I've added some formatting stuff and I tried to get it to round down every time, but instead there are scenarios where it keeps rounding up. And so there's been scenarios where it's like trying to send like 44 sats more than I have. And that's what, what started this is I couldn't actually send the full amount. But
yeah.
I'm going to test this and see what happens.
I created a bunch of unit tests for that purpose because they're, yeah.
Okay, so I got selected UTXOs reduce is not a function.
So, that's because the selected object is a transaction object. It's not the UTXO's object. So that reduce isn't going to work because it would actually be, so it's a selection. The object, I believe I called the object selection, and the selection object contains inputs and output, and output is an output object.
Okay, I see. I was thinking it was an array, and instead it's an object with inputs and outputs.
No, with
No?
inputs and output, because the output,
Okay.
you have to construct the outputs from the output data. So this is where you would create, say, multiple outputs that all have the same address to them.
All right. It's easier if I look at this like what the data actually looks like. So I'm just going to do this so I can like wrap my head around it real quick. I'm going to refresh this again, and now it should generate both. So we've got the initial core UTXOs. We've got the optimal selected as an empty array. That doesn't help me. And the inputs. Why didn't that work? It was working before. Okay, so full transfer is true. For UTXOs is set, optimal is an empty array, but selected at least has output with the denoms. So if I were to actually replace this now, let's see. Seeing messages from Ryan, but I haven't read them yet. Looks like you're
I'm
responding a
responding
bit.
to
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my train of thought right now then, for now, and try and see if I can understand this. Hmm. Uh, and denominate. So, oh, okay. So address isn't even used in denominate.
Oh, was that documented?
I'm just noticing it now. It's like, slightly grayed out in my editor as in it's not used. Stale time is also not used in in denominate.
Is it really? Huh. And so it is. Okay. Huh.
Okay.
That must
I was trying to
be
figure out what I needed to put in there, so that's why I'm like, oh, I don't need to put anything in them.
okay. Yeah, I should. That's probably just left over from a previous iteration.
Yeah. I mean, I've got plenty of stuff like that. I try to comment it out myself when I know I'm not using it, but I've got plenty of stuff like that, so get it. Where was that? I don't need to provide that, nor do I need to provide that. So the things I need to provide are not ignore. Denominate Satoshis. I need Satoshis. Let's see. Denominated UTXOs break change. Matching. All right, I'm gonna delete that one and drop that there. Selected. Okay, let's try this again. So send full send. It did get further. That's good. It's always a good sign. All right. Wait, did it? Core UTXOs. Maybe it didn't. What's happening? Core UTXOs can't send. Oh, okay. Okay, I understand. Amount in sets, amount in dash, full transfer. So those are set. But then when they get used and send matching, nominated UTXOs. Okay, let's try this again. All right, so we do get denominated is actually asynchronous.
Oh, is it? Denominate?
Returning a
Oh,
promise.
yes, that makes sense. Yeah, it shouldn't be, but it is right now. Let's see if I can find out where is it. Oh, that actually may be a mistake. I don't see any awaits in here thus far. Oh, there it is. Get next pay adders with the length. Let's see. Do we actually need that though? Yeah, so I think that this is a mistake in that we might need to monkey patch this bit away. Yeah. Because it's trying to get the addresses, it's going to call the get next pay addresses function. So like the denominate function is going to do everything that needs to be done in order to construct the transaction, it looks like. Because that one actually returns outputs. But that is the wallet level denominate. Let's see, wasn't there was one that was internal. Denominate two outputs. That's the internal one. Denominate coin. Which, let me see, which function are you're using?
I was trying to use it with the
coins.
I was
And
trying to
that
use
one
it
is
for
not
use
using
matching.
the top level denominator.
No. I was also trying to
Oh.
do the use matching coins just to see what it looks like so I can compare. Because the select optimal UTXOs was actually returning something empty.
So you don't want dash wallet dot denominate. That creates a denominated transaction, or the pre-transaction, the selection. What you would want instead would be the private method that is being used by use matching coins and use all coins, which is denominate. It's either going to be denominate coin or denominate coins. Let's see.
See coin and coins.
Yeah, so the difference between the two is that one, well, as it sounds, there's slightly different parameters. Well, actually, vastly different parameters, whether you're looking at splitting up one coin or splitting up a group of coins. Because splitting up one coin is not the same as splitting up a group of only one coin.
Does denominate trigger things to actually split the coins and publish them to the network then? Is that what denominate is doing?
It gives you back the information to create the transaction that will do that.
Okay.
So it doesn't do it, but it gives you back the information to do it. It gives you back an unsigned transaction object.
So would that mean you would have to publish that transaction first and then do your other transactions? Once your coins are denominated. Okay. So in this scenario,
you don't actually have to do that because the coins will get denominated by virtue of doing a transaction.
Okay.
So this is if you had your wallet and you just wanted to denominate your wallet. You weren't specifically sending money to someone. It's kind of like, I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of analogous to the idea of the mixing. You don't mix when you send, you mix before you send. That it's so similar idea, not the same thing, but denominating, well, I guess if you just reran the denominate function forcefully over and over again, that would be mixing. But anyway,
mixing of a sort.
Yeah. Denominate will create the transaction that is denominated, but the function that you want is either there's denominate to outputs, denominate coin, and denominate coins. And I have to, and then there's denominate self-pay coins, which a self-pay coin means that if the selection of coins has to pay for itself. So that goes back to the 3.000000 example. A 3.0000 could be denominated as 200 and 100. But if it has to pay for itself, it has to be broken down into 2 and 0.5 and 2.2s and 1.1 and so on. So I will look and see if I can tell here which one is supposed to be the one. Denominate outputs. Change denom info. What was it again that you're trying to accomplish?
I was trying to get what use matching coins would also. So I was trying to get the denominated coins for the output for use matching coins. Because I think I saw that somewhere.
Okay, so use matching coins is calling denominate coin. I mean, it's already denominating the coins.
Well, so what is it expecting for the output?
So the output is a selection, which is input, the output information, the change information.
Okay, I think I understand partially what's happening. So I don't really need the denominate there, is what you're saying? It doesn't, the
No, you
output
don't
is
need,
not.
it's
Okay.
going to do it on its own.
Okay.
So this is what the
So-
selection looks like in brief. The inputs are the inputs that you're used to. Yeah, because there's just a lot of decision logic that has to be done, and so this is pre-calculating everything that can be pre-calculated for the next step of the decisions to be made.
Mm-hmm.
So inputs are the core UTXOs. Well, at least I believe they're compatible with the core UTXOs. I have to go track them down and see. I probably need to do a type def on that return, because I don't know if I have a type def for selection. I'll check. But I may not have because it's implicit.
Okay, this is why I thought I needed the denominated is inside of use matching coins. It says if output dot denoms dot length, so if that is false, can't send 0 or 0.000. So I was assuming I needed to denominate the core UTXOs before I could fill that requirement.
Okay, let me go back here to use matching. So where it's used, total denoms. Okay. So to see where it's used, you'd go back to the bin-wallet JS
Yeah,
and the
I'm there.
-wallet CLI. And so that's where
it's not using a
output-
function. Yeah, you've got a couple, a loop and an if and some other loops going over payouts, it looks like. And that's how it ends up with the output.
Yeah, let me try to understand that. Oh, okay. I think coin list, total denoms. Yeah, okay. So this is using parse send info. That's what it's using. And then it's taking the target value that you want to pay. So the payout.satoshis is the target value. So that's the one with 5 zeros behind it. And then the D is the denom configuration. which in this case is actually just the wallet because it's the defaults and the wallet contains the denom configuration. So you would be doing this is one of the areas where the boundary between the library and the CLI and it's not there.
Any form, making a form again.
Yeah.
And then this is the baby monitor for Ado.
Okay.
We're gonna go to the doctor.
Okay. I am online.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is Ado's baby monitor.
Yes.
Mark.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Love you.
Me too. Okay, so that I sent you there, I think that's what you need first. And yeah, that function probably shouldn't have that signature. I think this is the result of realizing I'd wrote that function before I realized that there would be the need to be able to pay more than one person in a transaction. And so, yeah, that's why that function is the way you use it is weird, I think. Because you end up having to know information about who you're paying before you can know how to select matching coins, because essentially you have to have the groups figured out first, because you can't send the optimal amount of coins. The total amount you might need to send might be an even 0.5, but if you're sending it to 3 people, then it can't say, oh, the sum here is 0.5, I'll just collect it into 0.5. There's a minimum number of addresses that have to be sent to, and that's where that output information has to be calculated ahead of time.
Okay. I think I followed roughly what you're saying. I was also trying to figure out why this is,
This thing gave me so much, I don't know, at the time it was like perverse joy, but like looking back on it, it's just anxiety, because there were so many discoveries and decisions and edge cases. I mean, this is a lot of work. There is a reason that no one has made a wallet that functions taking advantage of the BIPs and all of that. It's because you have to go back and you have to rework a lot of crap. And then you find out that you still missed a spot and you got to go rework it again.
Mm-hmm. So now I got a new error. Yay! Cannot accumulate 0.010 with the coins provided 0.009.
Hey, that's correct.
And how do I get around that? Break change? Is that what that's for?
Well, how did you get the number 0.010?
I have no idea. I didn't say that. I gave it the satoshis of what I'm trying to send, and it decided on that.
Then
should I not?
See?
Yeah, I mean it's sharing on screen. But
what did it amount sats? Why is that all caps like a constant?
Because it is. Don't worry about it. Because it's a constant.
Well, I'm worried about it because it looks like it's communicating the wrong thing.
It's probably something I partially copied. Amount is being provided. It's the full amount of the current wallet.
Okay,
or
so
very close to it.
that. Yeah, console.log that.
console.log the amount.
And the amount
Yeah.
sats, yes.
I actually do. It just errors before that. So
Well,
let
no, do it
me-
right there. Do it right there, up where it's declared.
mm,
Let's see. I think I know what this could be. Oh, wait. What are you trying to do with matching amount?
with matching amount.
Yes.
What do you mean? Use matching. I'm just trying to test it to see if I can replace the select optimal UTXOs with it. So I wasn't even trying to use it yet. I was just trying to test if it's working, if I have enough data to get it to work. And so
Okay, well, console.
I did it.
Console.log that thing. Let's look at it.
It should be there momentarily for you.
Okay. Output. All right, so that looks right. Those numbers agree. So
And then it is quoting the dash amount there, right there in the error.
cannot accumulate. I'm going to look for cannot accumulate. Cannot. Who talks like that?
I'm assuming you. Isn't it in your code?
Yeah. Okay, total face value. Oh, okay. I get why this is. All right, I have to see. So the thing is, you required that the minimum amount to send, the minimum amount you're trying to send is above the whole number, right? So you're trying to tell it send 0.0093. That is above the whole number of 9. So it's rounding it up to the next whole number, because the idea is if you're specifying, you need to be sending the other person at least the amount that they're requesting. So in this case, because the amount they're requesting includes dust, it's just going to tick it up to the next whole number to guarantee that it will give at least the amount that's requested. So
Okay.
that's why this is not working out, because this is the pay to contact versus so use matching coins. You don't have enough coins to pay that amount. That's essentially what it is. You've selected an amount that you can't pay because you don't have enough coins to round up to that amount. So
Okay.
if you want to transfer the balance, that would be the use all coins. But if you want to do use matching coins, then you need to have enough money to match.
All right. So if I go into send here and instead of doing full, I do half and I select that. Now I get a different error. So send to matching coins now returns something, change null inputs with the inputs, output, and it has the denoms like I was expecting. So it would work in this scenario roughly, I think. So I
Yes.
could potentially replace that. It's just not going to work when I'm trying to send the full amount, which is what I was expecting anyways.
Yeah. So there's basically, if you want to send an exact, these functions are optimized around the idea that you're sending to a human, not that you're sending to an API, or at least that you're doing a cache-like send. Not that you couldn't send it to an API, but APIs often give you exact amounts that they're using to fingerprint the transaction. And so then, or that they're just doing kind of a dumb, rounding, because obviously a 10,000th of a penny doesn't make a difference. But if they're just naively doing the division of the dollar versus dash, then they're going to keep the decimal places all the way down to the 10,000th of a penny, even though it's a meaningless number. And so this
Yeah,
is
but
based around the idea that you would send someone at least what they're asking. So if they're giving you some weird number, it means that they want that penny. So you need to be able to round up to the next penny, which puts you in the decimal place of that 0009 becomes 010 because that gives them the extra penny.
Okay, so I was assuming that the use matching coins would filter it down like the select optimal would. However,
Yes.
it doesn't look like it's doing that.
Well, you may not have enough coins.
I guess I was trying to submit a transaction where it would not have all the inputs. But I keep going down.
Try 0.001.
0.001. That's the first thing I tried, dude.
That's the minimum. That's the minimum amount is 0.001.
Okay, I'm going to clear that now so I can see it better. So, yeah, let's see. So I was assuming inputs would get narrowed down to whatever was the closest. And that's what I thought used to happen with the selected UTXOs.
Okay, let's see. Oh, all right. So you don't have any coins that are of a correct denomination for that to work. And so it's denominating the coins that you gave it. There is a way to I thought that it did this by default, but it's obviously a different function. Let me see. We've got use matching.
Actually, this is funny. It's doing full transfer, so something else is wrong. It shouldn't be doing full transfer.
Okay.
It's still trying to do use all coins, and so that is also confusing me. Even though the send matching coins should be showing that, selected UTXOs should have at least been showing what I had in there, and it's not. So my functionality is not working. Let me get back to fix that real quick. So
Okay,
I was doing
that makes more sense because I thought that the matching coin function should select the minimum coin, but it will denominate them. So it may actually select one more coin than necessary. But yeah, I think it shouldn't select all of the coins.
Yeah, either way, it was saying it was trying to use all the inputs that I believe I have in this wallet right now, which I could swear the one I was using was not doing. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and say false for now, or I could just comment it out because it defaults.
This is a pet peeve of mine, but you're doing multiple operations on a single line, and that requires order of operations, which is confusing.
Multiple operation. You mean this specifically?
Yeah, you're doing amount minus wallet funds balance, and also you're doing it as a float as your canonical form rather than doing it as sats as your canonical form. So,
dude, I don't care. I was doing this to test things quickly, not to leave this in the code. This was just to trigger it under the right circumstance so I could test while you're on the line here. This is not something I intended to leave at any point.
Wouldn't it be balance minus amount?
I don't know. Maybe I flip-flopped that. It could be.
See,
I did send it to you to ask if you thought that was right.
Well, you've seen my code. I always break everything down. Each expression is its own statement. I don't do compound expressions because they're too hard to read and figure out. So I would say, what is the thing that is amount minus wallet funds dot balance? What is that supposed to represent?
So amount is the amount you are trying to send. The wallet funds balance is the balance, the total balance of all of your coins in the wallet.
So then I would call that leftover balance equals balance minus amount if leftover balance is, and then full transfer is leftover balance is less than or equal to that number.
Hang on, what would you call leftover balance? This or this minus?
Balance minus amount.
And then full is that?
But it's not a transaction, it is a full transfer. Which, if you wanted to abbreviate it, would be X for not TX.
Well, like I said, I was not intending to leave it this way.
And then you replace the false with full transfer. But okay, let me see if this makes sense logically. All right, so we've got a balance, and the balance is a float, and amount is a float. Is that correct?
Yes, they're both the dash one, so it could be 123.456, or it could be 0.456 or whatever. Like either of them could be that. So they'd both be floats.
So the leftover balance is okay. Yeah, I think it's because you were subtracting the balance from the amount.
Mhm.
Then it was negative, so it was always less than that. So I would put a condition in here too, maybe of if that number is negative, then throw an error that it's there's not enough. That'll get thrown later anyway, though. But you're already doing amount is greater than 0, but you didn't do balance anyway. Yeah, so I think that'll work now. And you have full
Like-
transfer set to false as a constant, but I would say test this now that balance and amount have been reversed, because I think that the
All right.
problem was it was always a negative number, and the negative number is always less than that. So that makes
So it
sense.
failed
I
there.
expect that error. And that's an expected failure because
Yes, okay.
indeed we
And
can't
if I do
round down.
half this time, I do send. Okay, that actually got way further. So yes, I think it is working now. But that time, it got
Ooh,
what?
I'm probably a few seconds behind you, but I see TX hex, which looks like it worked.
Yeah, it did. It did. So now the selected UTXOs.
Wait, I need my sound effect. Oh, my sound effect didn't play. Oh,
Not really.
That is truly sad.
Okay, so the selected UTXOs that I have been dealing with. Let me go back to here. So this one is not returning an object with inputs and outputs. It just has the selected UTXO. And then I'm doing other stuff, with the spendable duffs and all of that stuff to actually get the inputs and outputs. So,
but you don't need to do any of that anymore because all of that is now in. So you're the what you got, the selection is essentially the TX info, except that you still need to pair the addresses to the outputs.
okay. Well,
so the output has
timeout on that. Timeout on that.
Time out.
I thought the send matching UTXO, or sorry, the use matching coins, I called the variable that. So the use matching coins, I thought should have had the inputs trimmed down, kind of like what the select optimal UTXOs does. Instead, it has all the inputs still.
Well, you selected half, so that might make sense.
Well, I could do way less than that. This is what I was testing before, as I was setting very small numbers, and each time the send matching is the same amount of inputs every time. So it's trying to use all of them.
Let's see what their values are, because they might be.
Well,
so I sent you back very, very small amounts, right? So even if you're going to do the zero, so look at the inputs. Look at the inputs. Look at the values of the inputs, not the output.
Yeah,
the
I just expanded them.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm behind on the video. Okay, so what is the face value? So the face value of this is 0. The face value of this is 0. The face value of this is 0. The face value of this is 8. So this actually makes sense because what you're seeing is I sent you effectively nano change. And so
Mhm.
it's saying, oh, there's a bunch of nano change. I'm going to try to select the smaller things that I can to make this work. And there's some nano change here, so I will just use this for stamp fees or something. I don't remember exactly what's happening, but because there is dust and that dust cannot be used except for fees, it can't be used for a spendable amount. It is accurately aggregating those. So go ahead and send me 0.3 twice.
0.3, I don't have enough in the wallet to send 0.3.
0.003 is what I meant to say. It's going to use up all your coins, but then the next time when I send you something back, and you'd have to update your code so that it can actually send, maybe.
I think it might. I haven't clicked send yet. It created the transaction though. So I'm assuming if it created the transaction, it means it can send. However, it is using this select optimal right now. It is not using the use matching coins. So it's still using my old version.
Okay, so swappy
So
doodle it and let's see.
Yeah, so if I send, it's not using the use matching coins, and you're okay with that?
But yeah, so no, no, let's swappy doodle it. But remember, it's not selected UTXOs, it is selection. Because the selection includes the UTXOs, but is not the UTXOs. The selection is an object that has inputs and then output data.
Not the version I'm using. It does not have that at this
Select
period.
optimal UTXOs is correct, but this if else is wrong because it is not. There are two dissimilar types of object there. Use all coins is returning selection. Use matching coins is returning selection. Use optimal UTXOs is returning core UTXOs.
So you're saying this would change to selection if I were to move this down here?
Yes. And then I think a lot of the other stuff that you're doing doesn't need to get done. The thing that does need to get done is to redo the denomination. So that would be selection.output.denoms. Let's see. Let's do outputs. I'm going to get it slightly wrong because I'm just doing it off the top of my head right now, but it's going to be kind of like this. For let denom of denoms outputs dot push output. I'm gonna send this to you in a second. Let output equals I actually don't remember how exactly that works. I probably have a function that does that. I'm just going to send something that's roughly accurate, but not perfectly accurate. And then address equals my reusable address. Okay, something kind of like that. I'm going to try to figure out more perfectly what it is by looking at the Dash Wallet CLI. All right, denom slice, outvals length is adder like, blah, 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 blah. Get next pay adders. Outvals. Okay. So it's slightly different.
I'm gonna go AFK a sec, but feel free to keep talking.
Okay. So I'm just copying over this piece. All right, so that's the corrected amount. So wallet stamp times output stamps per coin. That should work out well enough. That's not going to conserve every last stamp. That's actually okay. There might be a place where total stamps. Yeah, okay. So this is going to waste a little bit more if we simplify down to this, but I think that's what we should do for now. Meaning it's going to waste a few stamps. It's going to waste some dust. Because once it has everything calculated, then I go through the loop again, but then the next time I go through the loop, I add any of the leftover. Oh my gosh, looking at this gives me a headache. There's got to be a simpler way to do this, except there doesn't have to be, because I think that this is exactly what it has to be in order to work the way that is prescribed here. Abstracting away this stuff, yeah, this big function here is one that absolutely needs to get abstracted away into the library, the one that's in the Dash Wallet CLI, because it's doing so much work, which obviously, well, hopefully obviously should not be up to the person implementing. But yeah, there's a lot of concerns it's trying to handle.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh.
Yeah, that's where I don't know enough about this without doing a deep dive on it to understand this stuff. So instead of being able to use a library that is slightly above my skill level, I'm having to dig into, other things to reproduce what you've already done. Whereas that's, I think, kind of the point of the library is, not everyone has the time to do the deep dives. And if you've made a library so it abstracts away some of the complexity, you can suddenly build something you otherwise wouldn't have time or resources to do. So yeah. definitely
but
again, needs to be
again,
abstracted.
I think as we work on this wallet, what the abstraction should become more clear, because with what I have in the CLI tool, it is not correct.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of clarity that having the UI put together so that you have that more full experience, especially dealing with lists of people or a scheduled payment or stuff like that, that will make this more clear. But there I'd like there to only be a few one main function that's a send function, and then a few functions that are send matching coins, send to transfer full balance, whatever. But really, when you look at the permutations of this thing, there's probably 6 different functionalities or more that are being provided for in terms of what you want to have happen with the real money versus what you want to have happen with the dust versus, you know, that if you want to account for the trade-offs of both the standard and the non-standard send, you have probably about 6 different functions. Anyway, so what I gave you there should work.
Okay, so the outputs denom selection, I started to copy that over right as I went AFK, but took it out because it looked bad. So that would replace some of this stuff down here or higher up. It looks like it would be down here, like TX info looks similar to this.
You
So if
basically just comment out everything after let's see, scroll down a little bit from where you are. Again, I'm 5 seconds behind you, but scroll down to the bottom of the function.
Oh, there is outputs down there. Let me shift this closer. So I have an outputs down here under, just under this now.
Okay.
So you called this
So
TX, but I have
basically
something called
that-
TX info.
The hash and sign all, everything to the hash and sign all should be commented out because all of that is being done by the use matching coins.
Okay, so before the hash and sign all, everything between so even payments here, like comment all of this out.
Yeah, because all of that's already being done.
Okay. So then
So
if I
I'm going
drop
to
what you
update-
had,
I'm going to update my example with the other bit of example. Let's see. Stamp val is this one. 1, 2, 3. No, just 1, 2. And then core output. Let me just rename this one. Core output. And then the core output is a superset of a core output in this case, which is fine. We can have supersets, that is allowed.
so wait, where does the stamp val and core output go? Is that, would that go up
So
above?
I updated the example that I gave.
Okay.
So I'm going to delete that little piece there because that was in isolation while I was just kind of making notes
Okay.
to myself still.
All right. So if I paste that and fix the indentation, okay. I guess it doesn't matter that much, but I was calling this the TX and this TX info. So, all right. And then
Sure,
selection.
I just threw that in there. That's
Yeah.
that TX info would be more appropriate.
So this is where you were saying selection, and I think this would get moved into here.
Yeah, you just comment out the select
comment,
optimal
yeah.
UTXOs.
Okay, so selection, and then this would also be selection, I think, right? And selection. Okay, so what is this actually dash wallet dot stamp, I think?
Probably,
I would
yeah,
assume.
that makes sense.
Okay.
I think
right.
it would be the lowercase, the instance.
The
But yeah,
lower,
it's the
oh, yeah, okay. Dash wallet dot stamp. Okay, and then this is complaining about core output. Is that supposed to be core output right here?
Yeah, I didn't update the name of it there.
Okay. Address, my new but reused pay address.
Yes. So right now you only have a single address for
Yeah.
the contact. So it'd be
So
recipient.
I have it called, yeah. If I do
But-
recipient.
To update this, you would just need to get the number of addresses that are output.denoms,
Hmm.
and then you would just pop one off every time.
Which is what this is here.
Yeah. Well, I think so. I can't see it yet.
It's what you have commented out. You left a comment of address info, pop, whatever. Okay, and then Satoshi's is complaining. Stamp val denom, I don't. An object literal cannot have multiple properties with the same. Oh, Satoshi's is defined as denom, and then denom plus
wrong.
stamp value. Which one's right?
That was wrong. The one that is the full value, the stamp included.
Okay, so the second one is the correct one.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna delete that one for now. And then,
Yeah, you just delete it. You just delete it. That was just I didn't delete it by mistake.
okay.
I mistakenly didn't delete it.
Well, I mean, I figured leave this one so I can reference that's the intention, but if that other one was a mistake, I'd delete it. Plus, you've got face value set to denom, and that's what Satoshi's was before. So stamps, selection, outputs, TX info, keys. I don't have the keys to hash and sign all.
Yeah, so where did the keys come from before? It looks like you've got them
I
up
had
there,
them
so
right
it's
here.
Probably very
So I had
Just-
the selected UTXOs. So that's what this
that
was
would be
doing.
selection.input.
It's selection.inputs, you're saying?
Yes.
So selection dot inputs, something like that. Or
think that
should
will
I be
work.
processing that, or should I just use that in place of keys down here, like that?
I think that is correct.
Which is correct. Leave the keys
what
thing
I
that
see
grabs.
from 5 seconds ago.
Okay, I'm not changing it. I'm gonna leave it where it's at right now. Should I leave it with keys for the selection?
1134, line 1134 looks correct.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay.
Line
I haven't touched it for a
1160
little
looks
bit.
correct right now.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to refresh and see what goes boom. I mean,
Yeah, so
nothing
I
should go boom, right?
I think that you should be able to
I'm going
send
to try a
me
half first. I'm trying a half just to
lots of
see.
money.
Hey, look at that.
Don't go
It
to the
certainly
full
created-
half.
No.
Oh.
I'm not clicking send yet, so that just created the TX hex. I'm not planning on sending that. I just wanted to make sure it got to this stage. That's why I was testing
look.
that first.
Look at that wonderful warning message you got. txinfo.inputs are not ordered correctly.
Use TX info input sort. It's almost like I had that in here right there, like that.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I think that ended up being -tx, not just called tx. Yeah, yep. Yep. Cool.
So that would solve that.
Oh yeah, and then this is another one of those mind-blowing things, right? Because you have to do all of these gymnastics to figure out which ones belong to what. Then after you get done with it, you have to resort them. Oh. Unless you're doing Maya, in which case they want you to put them in the wrong order because
Oh wait, still a sort problem. 1159 is sorted wrong. I'm sorting right before 1159. Shut up. You're a liar. Oh, it's sort inputs.
so-
This is just sorting outputs. So it wants me to sort inputs as well.
Yeah, and make sure that it's basically the last operate. Yeah, okay, that's in the right spot. It's the last operation before the signing, because the other operations like determining the stamp values and etc.
Hang on. The inputs is the last. So the sort inputs is the last one before signing.
No, what I'm saying is sorting at
Okay.
all is the last thing to be done before signing,
Okay.
because any change to the values before Yeah, it's a very specific point in time that you have to do that. And there was something that came up in one of the other libraries where basically it was like it needed to know the sort order before it could do a calculation, but then once it did the calculation, it had to redo the sort order. Oh,
Mhm. All right,
FML.
so half send uses all four of the inputs, but you said why? Because they were so small, and it has 3 outputs. Is that sounding right?
Maybe.
The outputs are all the same address.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's oh, because you don't look at the change. So right now, okay. So there is yes, there is something important that needs to be done here, which is in that loop, you need to check to see if the output matches the change, because if the output is equal to the change, then you should use your own return address rather than sending all the monies. So that one, so selection has a dot change value. Just console.log it because I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. But selection dot change, log that somewhere like
It's null.
right before the loop.
I mean, as soon as I do it, I'm logging selection.change. So you're saying after, I mean, yeah, it's before the loop. There's a lot commented out, but it's before the loop. And it's null.
Okay, that doesn't quite make sense to me because use matching coins. Pair inputs to outputs. There definitely should be change.
I mean, I had a little thing that came out here and said if change is greater than dust, and figured out the change and how to add the change address to txinfo. So that's how I was doing it originally.
This calculates the change.
Mm-hmm.
It's not calculating it correctly. It may not be calculating it correctly because will you log the value of the before you call use matching coins, you do a calculation for output. Log that value and let me see what that is, because we may have done it in such a way that it isn't doing what it seems like it ought to do.
All right, let's refresh then. Figure that. All right, so I'm gonna do the half for easiness sake. All right, so parse send info output. Denoms, dust needed, face value, Satoshis, low face value. So
All right,
that is
so
what output is.
I'm gonna refresh my browser window because I'm too far behind you to. There's too many seconds in between.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see if I refresh.
Are you watching on YouTube or Twitch? Didn't Ryan say
on
Twitch
Twitch.
is? Yeah.
Yeah, but over time, over the course of hours, it breaks.
Mm-hmm.
It starts to break down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's see. Scroll to where that output, the parse send info output is, and expand it and let me see it for several seconds.
Okay.
All right. So the denoms is low face value. there may be something weird going on. Output change is null. Why is change null? It only needs the one denom. It should definitely pick the change. I think something's not being passed in that should be passed in.
Does that
Or-
mean it's being done by me or somewhere on the library side?
I think try switching break change to true.
This one?
For the use matching
Okay.
inputs.
All right.
And try running it again. I
Right.
don't, I'm just taking a shot in the dark while I'm reading through to figure out what the real reason is.
You're good. All right. So send half you. Ooh, that's fun. When I do the break, it breaks. Cannot create a spendable coin from 37,500. Sats across one coin's dust.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting because it's not trying to do it across one coin. It's trying to do it across multiple coins. But oh, does it not have the input? Denominate coin. Oh, I see what's going on there. Okay. Yeah, so this one, it may need to have its function switched to denominate coins rather than denominate coin, because indeed, it cannot denominate that particular coin. All right, why are we not getting pair inputs to outputs? Go ahead and monkey patch the dash wallet JS to log out right around, I'm thinking it's the same here, but it's 1249 cache like info, pair inputs to outputs. I would say log output and denom infos and cache like info.
So just below it or above?
Just below it. Well, actually, how about both? Just in case.
It's getting modified.
Yeah, because in some cases it does have to modify what gets passed in because of the iterative nature of what it's doing. But I think that that's why it passes an object back that has a lot of the same things. Okay, output, pair inputs to outputs. That should result in change.
Okay, and refresh that. Clear, send, half, send. All right. So, did it not log that at all? It should have logged. Top and bot. It didn't log at all. So it's denominate self-pay coins is where it's going haywire. Inside of denominate coin. So it's happening here in this function.
Oh, you need to switch the break change back to false. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
That was just a shot in the dark while I was looking through the code. That was just a bit to twiddle.
Yeah. Okay, let me refresh. Clear, and we'll do this again.
Okay, this is always returning null for change.
Hey, look at that. Why did it work that time?
What
Well-
did it work in what way?
It created the transaction hex with half.
Well, I created the transaction hex before, but the problem is that it's actually still sending all.
Oh,
to the
that's
same
right. That's right.
address.
It had no change. Yes. Okay. So
Yeah,
now
it
it
has
has
no
top.
change.
Okay. So this is before the function. This is after, top and bottom. I guess I could have said before, after, but whatever.
Okay,
Let's see.
I think that my problem
Ooh.
is this is a case where I actually moved where the change is calculated to somewhere else. Maybe.
Mhm.
All right, change account. Yes, okay. I think this had to do with the multiple payouts.
Mhm.
Crap. Yeah, because change account. Okay, break change, use all coins. Change. Leftovers are change. Okay, yes. So I actually had moved, I commented out the change calculation in the use matching coins function, and I monkey patched it into the -CLI function. And that's why I have another one of these loops. And if I remember, the reason that I did that was because you have to run the calculation before you know what the change is going to be, because you don't know which coins are going to be selected, so you don't know what the face values are going to be, so you don't know how many coins there's going to be. So yeah, this was I forget the name of the problem, but it's one of those traveling salesman problem things.
Okay.
Okay, so the way that I did it then is I just matched the output, and then when I ran out of outputs to match, everything else went to change addresses. Okay. So basically in that loop,
This loop? Which loop? Or in my
the
code?
loop, the loop in your code that adds the core outputs with the address of where they're going to.
Okay. I'm back there, so let me know when you're caught up.
Okay, I see what I'm doing there. I see what I'm doing there. Okay, so here, what we need to check is if the base value matches an output denom, then use the to address, otherwise use the change address. So where there was the function before use matching coins, where you calculated the necessary outputs, you're going to need
This
to
thing?
make a copy of that.
You said in use matching. Wait, where? I was trying
You
to
were in
follow
the right
along. I
place,
swear. Okay, I was. So
but
I was
use
starting to
matching
type this.
output
So use
has that
matching
output.
outputs.
So rename that thing to to output.
Output stop push. So to output stop push.
No. You're a few seconds different. Go
So
back to
core
use
output
matching
to
output.
2. I'm there. Wait. Use
All right,
matching
I'm waiting for the
outputs.
screen to catch up.
Hang
Yeah,
on.
go back to use
Okay.
matching output.
Use matching. Okay. Wait. Use matching
So-
outputs or use matching coins?
Use matching coins.
Oh, okay.
So 1054,
Yep.
that should be,
To output.
let's call it receiver outputs.
Outputs or
And
output?
then, sure, receiver output info, receiver output. Because that should have the denom. So you make that change because we're going to need to use a slice of some of that information.
Okay.
I'm going to go find that back over here. Parse coin info. Let me make sure this looks right. Coin info. Parse coin info. But that's for each of them, right? No, did I? Okay, use matching coins. Parse UTXO's info. Should have been. Okay, which is going to parse coin info, which is going to return UTXOs. Okay, so down in the section where we have the core output, this is all outputs, non-discriminating.
What is?
Okay, UTX infos. Core output is an output of any kind,
Okay.
whether it's to the receiver or it's change.
Mm-hmm.
So here, UTXO infos, whoops. And then this pair inputs to outputs. And then output is changed denom info, denominate to outputs. All right, and then that's going to return. Yeah, I should type def some of these things. Denoms. And that is going to be correct for the face value. Okay, so if core output dot face value, you're also going to need a. Let me think about this for a second. I'm gonna write something here. So this would be let has matching denom. So first, above the loop, you're going to need to have, let's say receiver denoms is equal to receiver output dot denoms, I think is what that comes out to. That's going to be above the loop.
Didn't I set receiver output? I thought I did. Oh, it's inside an else statement.
And then has matching denom is going to be receiver denoms dot, oh, and that would be dot slice. We need to slice that. I'm typing up some pseudocode here that you'll hopefully be able to track from what you're doing right now. So has matching denoms is receiver denoms that includes, and then that would be, what was it? Core output dot face value. If has matching denom. Oh, whoops. Index. So matching denom index. Receiver. Um, includes, no, not index of. 0, then, and I have to look up the splice thing because I always forget that, but I think it's okay. Let me chat GPT this. How
Nah,
to
you should
use
Hugging Face
splice
that.
to remove a single element. Remove
You
element
need
at index 2. Okay.
you need Chat GPT for that.
Every single time, man. I've never been able to use slice without looking up. I actually did take a guess and I got it right. But I always have to double check splice because it's just a weird function. It does weird things. This is one of the things that needs to be on the standards track for JavaScript. And maybe it is now. I should double check. There needs to be a remove. There needs to be a remove.
Instead of slice.
Splice, not slice. So
Splice.
Yeah. Hold on.
But there's both.
Yeah, but I don't. All right. So if
Why ever
we
would
have
anyone
an-
get confused?
Josh. I need 100% of my brain capacity right now. Okay.
Well, I'm assuming AJ has his video muted. He's watching,
Okay,
so
I think
Okay,
that is
here we go.
approximately it.
So receiver denoms.
So we're getting a copy of the denoms that are going to be put out to the receiver. And before we create the core output, we're going to determine whether the address is to the receiver or recipient, or whether it's back to us as change. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to go over the receiver denoms, and if there is one that matches, then we're going to remove it from the list, and we're going to set the address to the receiver. Otherwise, we're going to set the address to us.
You said this is before core output, but it references core output face value.
Well, then it should be selection.output.faceValue or denom. It should be denom then. Denom selection.output. Yes. So it would be denom then.
Denom what? Just denom? So, or
Yes.
denom dot face value.
No. Denom is a number.
Okay. So index of denom.
Yes.
And change address comes from.
Well, that would also be another thing where you'd be generating the correct number of change addresses somehow. How are you generating the change addresses before up above? I mean, couldn't you just in this loop get the new recipient address, whichever way you were getting the recipient address in the first place?
Hang on. In this loop, get the same recipient. Wait, what? What are you saying? Get the recipient address in the loop?
Okay, first of all, 1156, change that to address. 1156.
Hadn't gotten there yet. Okay, but what did you say? I was typing and did not process what you said.
So 1150, if you have a way to get the next recipient address, 1150 would be the place to do it, or just use recipient.address, whatever it was. And then 1152, if you have a way to get your next change address, that would be the place to do it. Otherwise, just use whatever method you were using before to get the change address.
Okay, so the change address was coming from up here where the wallet is derived, or basically from the, let's see, we do a from wallet, and I think recipient could either be a wallet or an address. So if it's a wallet, we grab the address from it. That's how we're getting a recipient address. Or if it's a plain address, we just use that. So if it's a string. So change address and recipient address are set up there, essentially. And it is setting the account and the address index from those values. So fund adders.
For the sake of just getting this further down the road, just use the static recipient address and change address that you already have, and then
Okay.
You can update that later to be.
All right. So save this and test it.
Command.
All right. So I'm going to, I've already saved. I'm going to refresh. We're going to see what happens. Generated a transaction. That's good. So we didn't break anything. Still has the 4 inputs.
Several seconds behind, but
it's okay. Change is still null in one spot at least.
Wait, yeah, change is going to remain null because that function, the part that calculated the change, was commented out because that change function wouldn't work when there were multiple recipients. And so I just commented that out and always return null. And then I added the logic for it in the Dash Wallet CLI because I didn't know the right way to abstract it to get it back into the library yet, because it depends on too much knowledge of too many things.
Okay. So this is our, let's do that. So this is our input outputs transaction information that gets fed into the TX hex.
Looking at the outputs array for the actual transaction, this looks correct. So it's going to send, I'm not sure whether it's sending the 5 to me or whether it's sending the 2 2s to me. I'm guessing that it's sending the 5 to me because you gave it more than 4, and so it has to round up to 5.
This address looks familiar to me, and since I've never paired with you, I would assume this is your address and this is mine, because I'm pretty sure I've seen this in testing before. The EasySY. Okay, so that looks right. I'm gonna clear this for now, and I'm gonna cancel that, and we're gonna try the full one and send.
And then let's go get a chili cheese dog to celebrate.
Settle down there, Spaz. We got an error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading denoms. So receiver output denoms slice. Oh, that makes sense. Because receiver denoms only gets set inside of the less than full one. So we can't do receiver output here. What's a solution for if it's the full amount?
Oh, if it's the full amount, then we don't need to calculate change. so that we, if it's this full amount, then we skip that if statement.
Well, I mean, it errored here, so I did receiver output or what, empty array or something. What is it expecting for receiver denoms, index of denom?
Wait, go back to where that came from. That came from use matching, so we don't use anywhere else because of blah 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 blah.
So it's parse send info is receiver output.
Yeah, so what I would say is let receiver output on 1044, let that just be.
Well, could we use the
Well, I
output
guess
from selection?
I guess in 1049, around 1049, yeah, it would be receiver output equals an object that has denoms, and it would be selection dot output dot. Well, I guess it would just be selection out. Yeah. So receiver output would be selection dot output on 1049 ish.
It's 1050, but yeah.
Right. That's why I said ish.
Yeah, I was just correcting you because I like correcting people. Gosh, just let me have
Alright,
this. So then I
that-
don't need that, or that won't. All right, let's try that real quick. All right, so send, we try to have, let's do the full send. Hey, look at that. We got a hex. And let's look at this. So outputs, inputs looks very similar. But this time, all of it is going to your address, I assume.
Yep. Hallelujah! Chili cheese
All right.
dog!
So should I go back to attempting to send, you were saying like 0.003, or do you want me to send the full amount? Should we test this out? What are you thinking? Because you had me originally doing 0.003.
Send 0.003, send 0.002, and then do a full send.
Okay, so 003, send. We got a TX hex. It also replaced that, so we can click send. I'll look at that real quick. Interesting. So 4 inputs, 4 outputs. 2 to you, 2 to me. Used a different address for you that time. Wasn't expecting that. But it's probably okay. All right, so I'm going to send that. Click send. It failed. Bad request. Sucks to be you. Unexpected token M mandatory is not valid JSON. Let's check out the network transaction. Yeah.
Yeah, my guess is that we're doing a double spend because the cache isn't updated or something like that.
Mandatory script verify flag failed. Script failed in OP equal verify operation. Code number 26. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a
that
bad
doesn't mean
request.
anything off the top of my head, but I'm just going to guess it's a cache related issue.
Cache at Insight level or cache on my level? Like in the...
You know, I'm gonna guess on your level, but
Okay.
could be either. My balance does not reflect money being sent.
I definitely got funds from you though.
No, being sent the 0.003.
Oh, no, it didn't send. It failed. That was trying to post.
Okay.
The SendX was trying to post the transaction, so I assume it wouldn't reflect.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to try it again. I just cleared that. I'm going to clear the network so it's easier to keep track of. So let me see this one more time. 003, send. It did create a transaction, and I click send and failed again. Okay. So
I have another
we got-
thought. I have another thought,
mm-hmm.
which is that the keys
Don't match up.
are they in the right order after the sort?
Probably not.
Yeah, the keys probably need to be selected after the sort, not before the sort.
But they're using selection inputs. Should I use TX info inputs? But that wouldn't have the private keys.
Yeah.
Does TX info inputs have the private keys? I can try it. We can find out. Let's find out.
Well, it won't have the private keys, but
Yeah.
you're getting private keys from some sort of map, and it will have the address. So
Okay, that's true. Okay, so if I yeah, that should work. Okay, let's try that. Refresh one more time for good measure. Right, clear
because
that.
if we find
Send.
the keys in random order,
I love signing things in random order. All right, send. Created it. All right, send. Hey, look at that. It's like you know stuff about things sometimes. Have
I
you
know
noticed that?
stuff and then I do things.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, dude.
Dude, if there's a problem that you can have sending a message on a blockchain, I've had that problem.
Sweet. Well, that's the
I've made
transaction
every
info.
mistake. All right. This is
Did
exciting.
your balance update?
Hey, my balance updated. Woo!
Okay, so
All right.
you said after that, send 0.002, right?
I think so.
All right. Okay, send. All right. That acted like it sent.
Okay. So the first time,
Yeah.
did you send 0.001?
No, I sent 0.003 like you told me to.
Okay, because I only got 0.001.
Okay, then something's haywire.
Let's take a look at the transaction.
Yeah,
Because
that's why I'm linking them to you.
Yeah, let me open Sesame.
Okay. Should I
Transaction.
stop sending more then? Don't do the send full.
Wait, 003 Zen. CP. I am going to refresh the browser. Oh, okay. There's a caching issue.
All right. So I'm gonna try the full amount now.
Yeah. Full send.
Huh. This is one of the things. This is a feature, not a bug. I have insufficient funds to send the full amount because apparently it's rounding up. This is better than the error, maybe, possibly, but when I want to send the full amount, I want to send the freaking full amount. Don't, like, just send it. Know what I mean? All right, so that didn't work because, let me see.
Oh no, it's a float. It's a float error.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what that
I
looks
know.
like. It looks like it's a float error. So it got that number.
This is what I told you.
And
It
then-
would round up.
Yeah, it's rounded up to 4, which makes
Mhm.
sense. But
Yes.
then it's okay.
But here's the annoying thing is I had looked around for something that would round but prefer to round down, and so I implemented this. If I could find it already, maybe it's not in this
I
file.
actually have that function should be in either dash wallet or dash tx. Because the problem is that you're working with floats rather than working with integers. Whenever you do math and money, you should always be working with integers and only convert to floats for display purposes. So somewhere, like for example, in that place where you said, "Oh, I'm not going to keep this here," it could be something like that where you're not intending to keep it there, but you're dealing with a float.
Okay, this is what I had. No, that's actually in your code. So maybe that. So I was using something like this round using function, and you pass in what you want it, either, you know, math seal, math floor, whatever. Oh, wait, is that my bad? That might be my bad. So round using math ceiling, I don't want it to round to the ceiling. I want it to round to the floor. That might be why. Let me see if that change fixes it. Let me try that real quick.
It's
Because I'm hoping, yeah, it is. It's a pain. Full send. Let's see. I wanted to check it first if I can. Core UTXO's full transfer true, so it does have full transfer set to true. And send. There we go. I think that was this one.
Fist bump right on.
Boom. Okay, so that you should have that one too.
I never thought this day would come. So beautiful.
Yeah, so beautiful.
Oh. All right,
Boom.
so now, Jojo, I'm gonna send back to you. Wait, I don't have a version of this that has the full send ability, or that has that. Yeah.
Sucker.
All right. Cool.
It's
Well,
okay.
I am going to.
Oh wait, it did not full send. Look at my balance.
Refresh. Oh.
Oh, maybe it did.
It may.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah, it
caching
did.
issues.
It was, yeah.
Caching is a PETA with this because you're dealing with it on so many levels and there's so many edge cases. Like, for example, when you send money to yourself, you need to cache both that you've received it when you send it, as well as that it's been sent.
Yeah, so this
Oh.
might be the implementation of the dash socket stuff that I've got, where so I've got this init dash socket thing down here, and this is what listens and modifies the wallet balance, and then it also does some updates to the store at some point for addresses. That's how it updates the insight balance. So there's like stuff in there, and it's possible I'm just not accounting for the dust or something. And so it saw that the change happened, but I didn't subtract the dust or whatever transaction fees correctly. So, I mean, I've got like stuff like that in there, but that's what I would assume why it didn't update fully. But then once I did a hard refresh, it actually updated the stuff correctly. All right, cool. I suppose I can try and get some of this committed. Gonna maybe clean up a couple things first. And then at least if it's pushed, you can test it yourself if you want. I won't include that for now. I'll do that in a separate commit, separate commit, separate commit, separate. Probably do this. Let me clean that up first though. And I probably don't need to log that there anymore. Oh, wait. Maybe that's fine for now, but I just noticed my store save function is literally that console log while it tried to save stuff. Kind of like it's tattling on your library, AJ.
What?
This
Oh,
is
yeah,
my
it
save
is
function. The wallet tried to save stuff, Mom.
All right, well, it is time for me to take another break.
Yeah, me too. I'm just trying to clean this up for. Can you hold off on your break a few seconds so that
Yes.
you can test this? I'm just cleaning up first.
You just
It's-
want your money back.
No, I actually don't care about this small amount, but I more so want to verify it doesn't just work in isolation. I'm
Oh
gonna
no,
leave that.
you can't fool me.
$2 cash. Do you know that movie? It's a classic for me. Better Off Dead, 1980 something.
You're doing scary things. As soon as it works, you have to do a whip commit. Then you do your cleanup. Then you test it, and then you whip commit again.
So I shouldn't remove. Well, okay, I'll leave the console logs. How about that? I don't need all the commented out code.
It's okay. No, because I've got text sniper. So if worse comes to worse, we can just replay the video, and then I can text snipe out the working code.
It's literally in a repository. Like all of that other code was committed, that was commented out. So that's why I'm not worried about it.
Oh, okay.
Notice this diff here. Although I dropped that TX info and I actually liked that. So let me add that back in there. You know, I've got power issues. My UPS just went off. I don't know why.
Well, they do that every once in a while. No, well, they're supposed to do that just to keep the battery cycle.
Oh, good, because it just went off. So hopefully it's fine. All right.
They do a self-test type of thing every so often.
Cool. Almost there. Wait. Why?
I don't like the wait. Does not sound good to me.
Oh, okay. I moved some code. I was wondering why it's saying this is all new code, and it's actually because I moved a tiny little bit of code down. Thought I moved it down, not up, but maybe I moved it up. I don't know. This is confusing me. All right. And
a whole big section.
Yeah, so it's scaring me because I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not what I did. I moved a tiny little section down. But maybe I did. I don't know. I guess someone can watch this video and find out. Actually, I want to fix this first. I don't know if I need to fix this, but don't undo. I tried to not commit that use host thing. Okay. So I don't know if I need to, but I will. Okay, let's add that and that. All right. Feature UI enable full send and implement dash wallet JS. All right, and docs, none. And then these are disable auto capitalize. UI. Disable auto capitalize on alias input. All right, push. All right. Of course, I did all of that work in staging 1 QA branch. And that's probably okay. I haven't merged it yet, and I'm gonna merge it soon. But I'm pretty much ready for a break too. But if we pull up, it should be pretty quick to deploy. So let me see here. Actions. All right. Pretty far. Should be any moment. You should be able to hard refresh and test the max send out. Hey, it's done.
I don't want to push my luck here.
You don't want to push your luck.
I don't want to
You
push
just
my
want
luck.
all that sweet 5 cents of dash.
Dude, this is way more than 5 cents. Have you seen dash prices? They are skyrocketing. They're up to $30.
Sweet.
Do you know what
That
happens when
means
you multiply 30 by 0.01?
I don't know, you tell me.
You get 30 cents.
Wow.
All right, it's not ready for me yet.
It's not ready for you yet? Like it's not loading? You're
I'm still
not
still
able to hard
seeing-
refresh? Are you going
I'm still
mobile
seeing the
or
75. No,
you're still seeing the 75 like that stuff where it was 75 or
here it goes. Now it's refreshed. Now it's
sweet?
telling me the real thing. All right. I'm doing a full send.
All right, let's see what happens.
Oh,
some
and I gotta click
damage.
send again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. I got a network error, but it was a legitimate network error, as in for
yet it
a
came through.
brief moment the internet was.
Well, I got something.
That's interesting. That's not the amount that I would expect. Oh, because it's use all coins, so it's actually not denominating the use all coins.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and send me 0.01.
Toshi's must be a positive number unless inputs are specified.
I'm not sure where that.
Use all coins. If does not have selected coins or does not has
Refresh.
selected coins.
Refresh. Yeah. Okay, and use 0.05. Because I
That's way
think
too
the
much.
reason that it
You mean
0.005.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't have that much, so it's going to do the insufficient funds dialogue. All right, but that should
there
work.
you go. Yes.
There you go. Sent.
All right, and then send it to me again.
Send. So don't do a full send, do 0.005.
I guess that will invoke a full send in this particular circumstance.
Okay.
I
course,
guess we
now
need to make the difference more. Whatever.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, whatever triggers the full send, I want it to be close enough to what's expected, where it's, you know, if you're within this so much dust of your full balance, you know, go ahead and do a full send type of thing. And clearly we missed.
Well,
did you just send funds back?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Hey, Ryan got my reference. Better Off Dead.
Oh yeah. All right.
$2 cash. Well, you see, Timmy, my my grandma just jacked a school bus full of penguins, and I don't remember all the lines. It's something like that. Funny. It's funny. Put it on a bill. That's a different movie. So you're sending different amounts just to see. It is gratifying when it updates automatically, even though it's apparently not as accurate as I would like it to be. That was a feature that I really liked, having the WebSockets working and actually updating your balance relatively close to what it should be. Ideally, we would be exactly accurate.
Oh, okay. That's why I couldn't send this amount. Yeah, you got to refresh a lot to get things to work. But this is,
Yeah.
yeah, this is the trouble of
All right. Should we be done, or should we do more changes, or what you thinking? I'm ready for a break personally. It sounds like you are too. I don't think
yeah,
we're
I'm
going to
ready
get
for a break.
too
Go ahead
much
and
more.
refresh,
Yeah.
and you should have a nice even number of 0.01 and then some multiple of 200 for the stamps.
There you go. Surely do.
Cool. Yeah, so
All
some of
right.
the rounding is off, whatever, but this is good. This is very good. This is exciting.
Huzzah!
Those
And
magic powers.
yeah, maybe we can test between the CLI and this soon and see what happens. I would like to get the sending fixed so that it's using multiple addresses rather than just the single recipient address. So I think that would be good to fix first, and then if we can hop on a stream and test sending to and from the command line, I think that would be good if you're down for that.
Oh wait, sorry, say that again. My brain was not there yet.
If I can get the sending, so using the XPub to send to multiple addresses rather than just the one, I think once I've got that implemented, it would be awesome to test sending between the CLI and this. You know, the thing you built, the command line interface, sending between the UI and the CLI.
It might
You sound very
be
hesitant.
in a slight state of disrepair.
Well, you know, we'll have to ping Ryan and see. Maybe we can get. I still think we should test it. It was working the last time you worked on it. It's not to say it might not need some, you know, facelift, but you know.
I think locally I had a few minor changes because I was working on the merchant tool stuff, and so I think that the local changes that I had for the merchant tools are not congruent. I'd have to revert. I don't know. Anyway,
let's wrap up.
chili pizza all the time.
From where?
Well, I think it would have to be the namesake, Sonic.
Gross. I'll pass.
Okay, great.
All right, I'm gonna wrap up my stream here. Thanks for everyone who tuned in and participated. I guess it was just Ryan and the Neverworld, but for anyone watching in the future, please consider liking, subscribing, sharing, following, commenting.
If you want to, let the one guide you.
Yeah. All right. And you know, if you have some feedback, let me know. Say it in the comments, and we will catch you all later.